Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 526 Protest. Remember that old saying. If you want to steal properly, make your target give you their stuff voluntarily. Unknown. I protest. I express my strong objections, House Norton, as a representative of the Union. You have violated your promise to respect the sacred right to private property and lust after the wealth of the family members of the Merchant Guild members. You are limiting their freedom. Count Caet was fuming with rage as he glared furiously at Charade, his voice hoarse from his outburst. Charade dug his ear with his finger. Lord Caet, please don't be so emotional. I acknowledge your protest. Then should we continue to discuss the transportation of the captives after you pay for their ransom? If you send carriages over, then each carriage will have to pay a toll of 1 gold ford. If you hire us to transport those captives, it will cost 2 gold fords each if you include the food they will consume throughout the journey. We have already discounted this by half for you, our old friend. If someone else had come, we'd charge them 3 gold fords minimum without even including food. Caet sank into his chair angrily. It felt as if his fist had caught nothing but air. Not only did he not strike his enemy, he even injured his back in the process. He clutched his face and sighed deeply. Who's the merchant here? Didn't they say nobles only care for face and merchants only care for profits? Why is it the opposite with House Norton? Do they not care about their reputation at all? It's all gold fords, and more gold fords in their eyes. They're more merchant-like than merchants. He'd thought the negotiations were going well, initially. The sum of 2 million gold fords would include the ransom for all surrendered blade masters, gold ranks, high officials of merchant guilds and their family members, attendants, as well as the guards that came along with them, numbering around 2,000 people in total. However, the bill he received caused him to jump with anger. I wouldn't believe even if you killed me that 2,000 people consumed more than 800,000 gold fords in the span of 50 days. 80,000 is more like it. Show me your menu. I want to see what they eat daily. Cried the Count. Apologies, Count Caet, you should know the state of Moronti now. Actually, we spent lots of effort to provide for the food and drink as well as the parties these esteemed guests of ours hold. I'm sure you understand how much ingredients of that caliber cost. Apart from this bill, there are around 10 other Blade Masters tabs. That's another 2 million. We won't release the Blade Masters in question until these tabs are settled. You pay their salaries, so just deduct it from their salary. Ridiculous. You even set up casinos. That's not a big deal. You understand how terrible it must feel to lose one's freedom. They are our captives because of your incompetence. These people have big but brittle prides, so we gave them things with which to entertain themselves so they suffer as little as possible. Stop. Just stop. Caet looked at the tabs and quickly noticed something odd. Tell me, why are these debts only for Blade Masters? Why does no one else have any debt? We don't allow them to make any debts. We trust the Union will foot the Blade Masters bill, but not for anyone else. You might just choose to leave them with us. It sounded bad, but it did make sense. The Union was hoping to put the elites to work. The Blade Masters were worth the debts they had, but no one else would be worth it if they had large debts. The negotiations finally closed. Caet hoped he could strike while the iron was still hot and ransom the rest of the inner city's residents. Most were family members of the Union's mid-tier military and guild officials, so getting them back would improve the force's morale. Charade wasn't against it, but the negotiations dragged on once again. They eventually settled on 1 gold per child and elder, 2 for women, and 3 for youths. Charade was about to have men go out and count the people to get a detailed price. Caet declared he'd pay 1 million regardless of their numbers, so there was no need for a survey. Deal. Caet's face nearly exploded when he saw the first batch, however. What inner city residence was this? These were fucking refugees. They didn't have anything but the clothes on their back, some didn't even have that. The only difference was they were plump and fat. Kaet quickly learned what had happened. The 3,000 leapt at him like he was their father. Some accused House Norton of intentionally jacking up food prices while others asked him to go back and take back the goods stolen from their peers. Some even asked him to treat them to a good meal. He had to be escorted out of the crowd, only to realize his clothes had been stolen in the turmoil. Even his wedding ring had been stolen. He couldn't even get angry. He was completely numb. He didn't forget his duty, however, and demanded to speak with Lorist. He'd been housed outside the city in a small compound. The compound was completely surrounded by guards and Kaet was not allowed to leave it, even for meetings. Everything happened within the compound. He'd initially complained, but was told it was for his protection since the city was very unstable. The few people he was allowed to meet described seeing fires in the city frequently, and fishing ships frequently sailed past the prison ships to go fishing. Everything matched what Charade had told him, so for a while he was convinced it was true. It seemed House Norton had not gained anything from the city and was now losing men and money by the day. Now, however, he learned what was really happening from the released captives. House Norton had defaulted on their promise to respect personal property rights and had started taking the property of the inner city residents. Their schemes were clever, so it wasn't blatant robbery, but it was still against their promise. Kaet could not let them do this. He planned to give Lorist an earful and demand everything be returned, lest he return to the Union and they take military action. Lorist, however, refused to see him. Charade also stopped visiting for 3 whole days. When he finally saw the scoundrel again, Kaet unloaded on him like a catapult. Charade just kept saying they'd not broken their promise. The people had chosen to give up their riches on their own by using the services they'd offered. Is your situation in the north so bad that 2 bowls of watered-down porridge counts as a decent free ration? Kaet laughed, both furious and disdainful. It is. Charade replied shamelessly, you must not know how lucky they are to get even this much. Things are so bad they've even started eating the bark of the trees in and around the city. Anyway, that's not important. I'm here to talk about the fees for transporting the people. We won't be feeding the people we've released, they're in your care now. If you want to keep them here, you'll have to send food yourself. We can sell you some. 50 kilograms of potatoes is 1 gold ford. If you want to send them back to your territory, you have 2 options. If you want us to send them off, you have to pay the fee. If you transport them yourselves, you'll have to pay the toll. Kaet inhaled deeply and forced his anger down. One question. Why did you offer to transport the first batch for free? I thought the transport fee was included in their ransom. Kaet was referring to the blade masters, gold ranks, nobles, officials, and their families. The 2,000 people were transported to the new border for free. Don't take me for an idiot. That was just 2,000 people. We're talking about 100,000 now. We don't get the carts and drivers for free. We have to recoup the costs. I already paid the ransom. Yes, the ransom. That's all we negotiated and all you paid. We're talking about the costs of transport now. You're shameless. I protest. And I acknowledge your protest. Now, have you decided? Will you use our services or your own and pay the toll? Kaet did not have the energy to get angry again. I demand an audience with your duke. I will complain to him personally. Is this what you Nortons consider sincerity? Barbarians are more sincere. You've been away from civilization and mingling with the barbarians for too long. You don't know how to behave properly anymore. I warn you, the civilized people of the rest of the continent will not stand for this. You'll pay. Charade shrugged. Frankly, His Grace only met you because you had ties with us from before the war. You're just a count, don't get too big for your station. Even if His Grace was not a duke, he is a sort saint, he is far above you. As for us paying for this, you're welcome to march your armies here. We'd be more than happy to hand the city over. It's just that if we're imminently handing over the city, we might not bother with putting out all those fires. Ah, I'm rambling. Send a letter to the union and ask them to come for the city. The winner gets to keep it, how about that? When he finished, he noticed that Kaet was shaking his head forcefully, his mouth shut. Chapter 527 Shocking News. Gossip is the woman's weapon. Lorist was incredibly busy with training and paying attention to the developments of the scandal of Auguslo and his pregnant wife. He was really interested in how it would turn out. If something like that happened in a commoner's or knight's family, Lorist would not be nearly as interested. But this happened to the king. Lorist's craving for gossip shot through the roof. He lamented that Moronti was too far from the capital and the gossip would take a day or two to arrive. So, when Charade placed the letter of protest Kaet spent 3 days penning in front of him, he crumpled it and tossed it into the rubbish bin. Protest my ass. All bark and no bite like a useless guard dog. If the Union really has any bargaining chips left, they would have sent their troops instead of sending an envoy. Ignore him. I know, but we should at least leave him some face, Charade answered. Actually, this letter is quite well written. I didn't know he had that kind of talent. He wrote it over several days and it has several good points. I was quite surprised that it doesn't openly criticize us. He's implied everything instead. It's a shame you want to throw it away without at least reading it. You can take it out of the bin if you want. I don't care about his talent. Talent that doesn't serve me is worthless. There are no problems with your arrangements, are there? How much did you squeeze out of the Union? Everything's going fine. The people we released are settling in by the port. Kaet has agreed to use us to transport the people to the border and is buying the food from us as well. He should thank us for releasing them in small batches. He's already struggling with that along, if we released them all at once he'd collapse. He's blind to his blessing and protesting us only releasing the people that have no money left. The Union has given us 6.3 million of the ransom and the bills we slapped on them. Kaet complained about this as well. He mocked us for being rural bumpkins that only care about money and nothing for our reputation. He's also complained about being forced to cover his own expenses, but I've been deaf since he arrived. Spiel is personally managing the camp near the port. Tarkle secretly spread word that only those who spent all their money would be released, so everyone's rushing to get rid of their money. Tarkle spread 2 other rumors as well, that their wealth would be confiscated by the Union even if they managed to leave with it, and that, if they won the red betting chip in the casino, they would be released and House Norton would even ensure their personal safety and wealth. 2 casinos have been overflowing for 2 days now. We've earned 3 million in the last 10 days. Spiel's so happy he can't stop smiling or keep his mouth shut. He said the captives alone can give us 10 million. Tarkle also had people put up a show at the port 2 days ago. He gathered 2,000 outer city citizens and 20 buckets of cow and goat blood to put up a show on how our troops are trying hard to suppress a revolt. He wanted to scare the stubborn old folks in the camp so they think the city is very dangerous and won't try to escape, and so they'll believe we're barely keeping everything under control. Charade's report made Lorist laugh. It all started when Jindas handed over the 2 infiltrators, Rywald's chief supervisor, Mendok, and the gold-rank swordsman, Vingoff. The 2 didn't even last 2 days against Tarkle and spilled everything. Lorist knew he could play this well. Since the 2 planned the whole operation, he would have them continue to send word back to the Union and ask for supplies and reinforcements. He wanted more training dummies for Genalio. The kid had a good character, his only shortcoming was a lack of motivation. The kid barely touched weapons at all. He never strove to win and, at best, fought hard enough to get a draw. Lorist's 3 disciples had been the center of attention since he'd become a sword saint. His first disciple, Reedy, was already equal to a rank 2 blade master and had a strong bloodlust. Howard was equal to a 3-star gold rank swordsman and was calm and calculative. And his third disciple was tall and graced with a magnificent figure and was a peak 3-star silver rank. In stark contrast to his physique, however, Genalio had a soft heart and delicate handwriting, perhaps because he spent lots of time with his female tutor in his childhood. Lorist was quite troubled by this kid. How could a pirate like Sinbad give birth to a good boy son? The old pirate had sailed the seas to raid, kill, and commit all sorts crimes. Many of Lorist's knights were even ashamed to be in the same unit as him. But his eldest was loved by everyone. He was genuine and had a great temperament, his loyalty was also second to none. His aversion to combat was his only shortcoming. Sending Genalio to fight on the battlefield was too risky right now. Even a sword saint could not be certain of his fate. And sparring with the guards was pointless. Genalio didn't care about winning, and he couldn't be put in a real life or death situation that way. Having him fight Union operative trying to infiltrate the city was the best option. Hopefully, they would give him some spark of insight. The men would seriously aim for his life, whilst the situation meant Genalio would not get ganged or surrounded as might happen on a battlefield. Lorist didn't expect that Charade and Tarkle get involved as well. The two wanted to convince the Union they were really in trouble. They could buy more time for the new Union to stabilize and prepare the Union for a fatal blow once they met on the field. All right, go all out, Lorist smiled, Moranti needs time. Let the Union think we are having a hard time dealing with the people and suffering severe losses. When they finally move on the city in force, we'll cut their head off. Moranti needs just half a year, then we can begin withdrawing. How about let's call it the Morantian plutocracy. I want to see where the Union hides its shameful face next. Can they really still be called the Ford Trade Union after losing their headquarters? Once that's done, we'll help the plutocracy fend off the Union's invasion. I'm sure many will be too shocked to even react when the time comes. The Union will regret this. If they knew things will turn out like this, they would have surrendered long ago. Isn't a little too cruel, though, Your Grace? You're not just giving them a hard blow, you're completely uprooting them. Lorist shook his head. They asked for this. They want to enjoy the privileges of nobility, but won't uphold the dignity and honor that comes with that. They want to be both merchants and nobles. They can't have their cake and eat it too. They resisted outside forces because they were of singular purpose, but now they're fractured. Moranti's deterioration is their fault. If Duke Ford Moranti knew what would happen to the city, he would probably never have joined hands with the guilds. We have to turn the city back to how it used to be. Your Grace is right. Oh, has there been any news from the capital? As a staunch opposer of Auguslo, Charade was really interested in the scandal. He'd been pestering Lorist since he'd heard of the whole affair. Nothing new. The last news is that the cheater's been found. No details on him yet. The kings apparently threatened death on anyone who as much as thought a word on this matter. The funniest thing is people celebrated the king having an heir when the news first spread, before everyone realized she must have cheated. The two laughed together, schadenfreude filling the room. This scandal was the greatest entertainment they'd had in years. Tarkle burst into the room as the two wrapped up their laughter. News from the capital. He shouted as he waved a small piece of parchment around. Let's hear it, beckoned Charade. The Queen cheated with the Palace Guard's vice-captain. Wix's, a 27-year-old 2-star silver rank. Wix's? 2-star silver rank at 27? Which house? How did he become the Palace Guard's vice-captain? Lorist's first guess was that he had relied on secret connections to get his station. His station was usually occupied only by people in the gold rank. The rule was made even stricter after the Blade Master breaking several years ago during Lorist's recovery. Auguslo had reorganized the palace's defenses in his rage and made sure all 300 members of the Palace Guard were at least silver rank. Wix's isn't a noble. He's just a squire. His adoptive father was a retired royal knight. Tarkle's eyes suddenly popped out of his skull. Why, Your Grace? The LL letter says W.W. Wix's is actually, the king's, illegitimate son. What? Lorist snatched the letter from Tarkle and put it on the table. Charade squeezed in to get a look as well. It was true. Wix's was indeed rumored to be Auguslo's bastard son. It was unproven, however. It was, however, fueled by the fact that Auguslo didn't kill Wix's once he was discovered, he just locked him up. Lorist's informant was a loyal and dutiful commander. He'd gone to great lengths to verify the rumor. He was told by a former servant to the king that when the king was 17, he had an affair with his father's maidservant which bore a child. The servant disappeared with her child soon after. There were no traces left over the years, so it wasn't certain whether the man was indeed the king's bastard, but his age did match. Holy shit! This just keeps getting better and better. So Auguslo had an affair with his father's maidservant, and the son from that affair now had an affair with his father's wife, which also now bears a child. God, I bet this kid will have an affair with his own mother or sister. That family just keeps getting worse every generation. Tarkle, ask Glacia if she knows anything about this bastard of the king's. Understood, Your Grace, replied Tarkle. Chapter 528 Rather miss than meet. Love is eternal, but so, too, is the hatred born from it. Lorist focused intensely. A large piece of snow-white paper sat on the desk in front of his, aptly called snow paper. Physical training stopped being worth it once he became a sword saint. The largest difference between him and other sword saints was that he didn't train in battle force. He had his own path. He had reached the 4th stage of the aquametal technique, the limit of what he knew of the technique. Any further growth would come not from training his body and swordsmanship, but from polishing this technique. He'd only trained it because he had been desperate. No one else had ever walked this path in this world, besides for him, this path didn't even exist in this world. He could not turn to anyone for guidance. He was forging a whole new path of cultivation, but he did not think he had the genius to really do it. He had no choice but to trudge on blindly now that he'd reached the limits of his understanding. He hoped to pass this on to his disciples or descendants eventually so his family's legacy could continue. He used to be an avid Xiangxia reader. In many of them the great characters could cut through space and time and destroy things from worlds away. His luck, of course, was to be born in a place with an ailing martial tradition where a few meters was the best possible, and only for the people at the very pinnacle of what still existed of the martial path. Not even magi existed anymore, and he didn't know if immortals were even possible in this world. Even if he lived for several centuries, maybe 1,000 years if he had heaven's blessing and stepped beyond sword saint, he was doomed to die, eventually. He had no chance to gain immortality. His fated demise was not what saddened him most though. It was actually his long lifespan itself. Not because he despised living long, but because he despised the idea of living long when everyone else he knew would not. The thought of having to watch all his friends and loved ones grow old, decay, and eventually die, of having to attend their funerals, and then watch their descendants walk the same path, irked him. With all the ones close to him dead, in his dying days he would have no one to stand by him as he died. His descendants living in his final days would not be close to him, he would be an old monster to them. A shadow of which they could not get rid quickly enough. If this was to be his end, what was the point of it all? People built up fortunes and glories so they could enjoy it with their loved ones, and then die when everything was at its peak, surrounded by the ones for whom they cared, not to watch it wilt away or be passed into the hands of others and die alone. He'd been in this world for 20 years now, his body nearing 40. He'd climbed from an abandoned third son to a duke more powerful than most kings, able to rival even the emperors of old, and a sword saint, an entity that stood at the pinnacle of mankind's current power. The entire species knew his name. Only one man had more authority than him, and stood above him, but it was more accurate to say that Lorist was humoring the man out of his respect for House Norton's heritage than to say that the man was an overpowering ruler Lorist had to obey. He didn't have to commit treason to become king, his power, both his own and that of his domain, made that possible. The Christian Empire was weakened by long periods of conflict and was severely wounded before it finally collapsed. Auguslo had saved it from complete death, but the kingdom was only just barely holding on. At best it was still in a coma, and it would take decades, if not centuries, for it to return to its former glory. Lorist had no interest in playing doctor, definitely not for that long. As the saying went, first build walls, then gather food, and finally claim the throne. The kingdom possesses all 29 provinces of the former empire, and Lorist ruled over a quarter of them. He should first develop them before growing his branches into the rest. The royal family was rotten beyond any hope of saving, it was already hollow. Lorist just had to wait for that rot to cause the bark and reveal everything. The royal family would collapse and, if Lorist worked hard at building up his lands, he would be in the perfect position to take the throne. This was the biggest reason for his interest in the king's little scandal. If this wasn't handled well, it might be the very crack he was waiting for. It certainly would be a brilliant crack. Lorist's biggest competition for the throne would be Duke Fisibalin, and if this scandal was the crack, it would crack him as well and make it much easier for Lorist to take the throne. It was not unheard of for kings and queens to have affairs. But that didn't mean it did not reflect badly on the family from which the queen hailed. Especially not since the first child to be born from her womb was as a result of the affair rather than being an heir. This was enough to potentially make any future children she bore unworthy as heir regardless of whether their father was indeed the king. Her womb was sullied and could thus not damn heirs. Lorist was very interested in seeing how the king would deal with this. If the rumors were true, then his queen had had an affair with his bastard. The rumors being true, though dubious, the child did have the imperial bloodline. It was truly strange, though, for his wife's eldest should she have any other children to be his grandchild rather than his child. He could spend more time on this affair because he didn't have anything to do in Moronti, his subordinates were dealing with everything. The only reason he was still here was to intimidate the Union. He couldn't leave before he'd faced and ended their sword saint. He thus spent all his time on his disciples and his contemplations. He'd taken up painting. He'd meditate using that. He suspected his choice was influenced by the fact that his grandfather had used it to contemplate his cultivation. He remembered seeing the old man practice calligraphy and ink painting stroke by stroke often. He didn't understand how it was done, but he recalled his grandfather saying one had to write and draw with a calm mind. Only then would the strokes be infused with one's soul and essence. So, Lorist chose the same method. However, Lorist had forgotten one thing. There was a developed art culture on Grindia, it resembled the dominant Renaissance style of realism. Even their tools were similar. Fortunately, he could use his dominion's paper. He started with a mountain by the sea. Charade came rushing over the moment he heard Lorist was painting. He thought he had finally begun to appreciate art and joined him in his passion. He took just one glance at what Lorist was trying to do and left. Outside, he complained to Reedy that whatever it was Lorist was doing, it certainly wasn't painting. He had expected a sword saint would have at least some talent for painting, but Lorist was worse than a 2-year-old slapping paint on their faces and slamming them into the paper. Charade completely forgot that a sword saint could hear what he was saying. 2 days later, when Charade finally finished his tasks and was about to take a breather, Lorist called him in. Lorist told him he had neglected his training after breaking through, so he was going to spar with him a little. His suffering had begun. "Forgive me, Your Grace. I have more than enough guards. The kinds of people that can fight through them to me so that I'd have to face them are too strong for me to overpower regardless of how much I train," begged Charade. "No. None of my gold-ranked knights can be this weak, it's embarrassing. You have free time, so I'll train you. You should be happy, very few have the privilege of being trained by a sword saint. Since you're ungrateful, I'll teach you how blessed you are. Come, 3 more rounds. Just kill me already. I'll die if I have to go 3 more rounds." Charade lay on the ground, refusing to get up. He finally realized something was off. Did I offend you? Of course not. I'm just worried for your safety. What if you encounter a gold-ranked assassin when you least expect it? You have to have the strength to fend off a couple of strikes so your guards have time to reach you. You occupy an important position under me, so you're a big target. Take the Union, they might send assassins after you if they learn that you're the one managing everything. Impossible, Charade denied, even the Union wouldn't go that far. They won't offend you for me. And killing me wouldn't do them any good. I'm just the chief administrator, not the head of the house. Would it be worth paying such a huge price? Didn't I say just in case? Don't you know prevention is better than cure? Reedy, standing nearby, couldn't hold back anymore and made some brush stroke movements with his hands. Charade instantly understood. He breathed in deeply and apologized. I apologize, Your Grace. I shouldn't have commented on your painting. But being offended at my comments won't change the facts. You have no skill at painting. Your evaluation is honest, but you don't have to apologize. I would not be offended by something so trivial. Now get up and let's get back to training. I won't stop until your stomach is gone. Genalio came to Charade's rescue a few moments later. A merchant vessel has entered the bay. It's one of the people we captured during our fight with Invincible. The captain wants to buy goods. He's also brought a few nobles with him. One is Duchess Prina. She's asked to see you. Charade struggled up from the ground. Now it was his turn to watch a show. Should I meet her? Lorist's mind raced. She used to be the love of his life, the first in 2 lifetimes. She was also the first to utterly shatter his heart. And now she'd returned to him not to apologize for what she'd done to him, but to open the old wound and slam the knife back in. She was here to ransom her husband, the man for whom she'd left Lorist. The man had taken her from him, and now it was her turn to take him from Lorist. You should at least meet her. She's an old friend, after all. Your history has been clean for 20 years. It is time to move on, Charade smiled. He was there to watch a show, and by the gods he was not going to let Lorist not give him one. I won't meet her. I'd rather miss her than meet her. You will deal with her, Charade. Lorist suddenly realized something. Why didn't Kaet negotiate for that duke and his legion? Aren't they allies? I've asked. He says the duke never actually fought, not even when we clashed on the sea. He surrendered without upholding his end of the agreement, so they have no interest in ransoming him. Charade knew there was more going on, and Viscount Penelope supplied him with the answer. The Union was either preparing to betray their alliance, or they had completely incompetent officials. If the latter, they must have thought of their allies as just mere subordinates, and didn't want to put in the effort to free incompetent trash. Are they still on Silaoas? Asked Lorist. Yes, Charade answered, Duke Lorf probably knows he lost the Union's favor. He asked to be left on Silaoas. He must have sent a message back home with the merchants. I didn't think his wife would respond so quickly. I'm sure Wenna is here to beg you to let her husband and his men go. Then take her to her husband. I'll leave everything to you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since the Union has already scrapped their alliance, we ought to stir up conflict between the two. By your command. Chapter 529 Merciless. Any cruelty must be dispensed at once, so that it is tasted as little and possible and hated as little as possible. Charade accompanied Madame Windsor Prina to Silaoas and negotiated her husband, and his men's ransom. The whole thing took almost a month. Fortunately, he could delegate his duties to Moranti's new government before he left. Lorist chose to meet the merchant captain. He was curious why the man had returned too quickly. His trip should have taken a month. He'd also had a full load of good that he would have had to sell before he could sail again. He didn't expect any merchants would be returning for at least another month, perhaps even longer sales weren't great. The captain's name was Fodries, a third-generation seafarer. He had worked with other captains to capture Invincible's men when they were ordered to burn his ship and other ships when the fleet surrendered. Senbad had even given him a commendation for it. The meeting both excited and unnerved the captain. He presented Lorist with the most expensive thing his family owned, a foot-long deep crimson coral. His father had found it while stranded out at sea. Many believed such corals were good luck charms, and the larger the coral, the greater the luck. The piece of dead sea creatures fascinated Lorist. Fodries was very happy to answer the Duke's questions, whether regarding the coral of other matters. It turned out he was a Jigban. His ship was called the Mermaid's Song, his family's first large ship. The ship's name gave him the boost he needed to secure a contract with the kingdom's largest guild, Mermaid, and they were his most frequent employers, even now. The guild's backer was House Fustat, which was why he'd been the one to bring the Duchess to Moronti. The guild started with trade in luxury goods and clothing, mostly dresses and gowns. Recently, however, mostly over the last 2 decades, it had branched out to other industries as it rose to prominence alongside its backer, Duke Fustat. Fodries had nothing but praise for the Duchess. She was the entire kingdom's angel. A beautiful, gentle, and kind woman of rare composure. She often donated vast sums of money to the poor and could even be found working in soup kitchens on occasion. She also chaired a number of charities alongside local religious groups. She was more beloved and well-known than even the Queen. A storm burst into being when he delivered the Duke's letter, and the Duke's house stood on the brink of being annihilated as new and old rivals alike took the chance to lash out. But the Duchess took the reins and beat back the attacks. Once everyone was on their back foot, she moved funds onto Captain Fortis's ship and the two left secretly to go get her husband. The captain could leave so quickly because the guild, Mermaid, bought everything he'd brought with him wholesale. He left as soon as everything was offloaded. The products were bought at ludicrous prices so the Duchess's funds could be smuggled on board and they set sail immediately. Regarding the trade he was to do here, the guild had given him an interest-free loan to buy stuffs from Lorist, specifically glassware and snow paper. The captain was certain they would sell for a great profit. He might even have enough to buy a second ship. Even the most obscure products sold very well. Everything not produced in the south of the continent was in severe short supply. Roman mostly produced green glue and Khoistan herded horses and sheep. These were exported and traded for everything else the two empires needed, mainly with the mid-southern countries. Tarabo provided mostly glass, the Duchy of Pitlan gave wine, the Kingdom of Abasan porcelain, and the Duchy of Zikthor gold and silverware. When the Union rose to prominence, everything shifted gear. Rather than direct trade between the countries, small, local trade aside, most bulk trade was done with the Union either as the middleman, or just with the merchants from the countries operating there. The Union won most of the competitions for the markets where its products competed with other countries as well. Pitlan, for example, lost its share of the wine market, as did Abasan with gold and silverware. The War of Glass was really just a good excuse, an excuse the mid-southern countries had been waiting for years, to cut the Union out. But the Union's control of the seas in the south made it almost impossible for large-scale trade to take place. However, whilst the countries couldn't trade their resources directly with the empires because of the Union's blockades, the Union, having lost its access to the raw resources with which to produce its products, sat with sea trade routes along which it had nothing to trade. The war ravaged both sides, especially their industries, and everyone's economy was in shambles. It also didn't help that, with the Union's guilds moving everything to their dominions, what little they did produce were of very low quality. This made House Norton's high-quality products a massive hit, they were exactly what the market was craving. Lorist finally understood why Peterson and Chichter were so strict with his products. They couldn't let him get even the tip of a toenail into the market because there was a vacuum they could not fill, and he'd immediately take over everything. They could do this, and keep anyone from bypassing them because they controlled the seas and its trade routes. That, however, was no longer the case. Merchants could now trade as much as they could afford with House Norton, and a flood was starting to form. It would probably take no more than 6 months before it roared over the seas and Lorist was drowned in orders. He praised and rewarded Fodries lavishly. He even gave him a telescope. The captain almost jumped out the window when he realized what it could do. You should work and coordinate closely with the merchants. If you play your cards right, you can use them to gather information from the south and we won't have to risk agents there. You also won't have the risk of an incident when an agent is discovered, since they won't be directly related to the house, just good friends who talk about what they hear and see, Lorist whispered to Tarkle as they watched the merchant leave. I will make the arrangements. Few people were as great gossips as merchants. If everything went well, Tarkle might soon even have a catalogue of all the queens, concubines, and daughters' taste in underwear. Lorist now knew that the wide-eyed girl he had loved all those years ago was now a graceful duchess. He hated it. She'd been a pitiful girl, helpless when her family was in trouble. She'd tried to end her life, but he'd saved her. She depended on him from then on, but abandoned him when someone better came along. She was supposed to have fallen into despair. She should have become a toy for the Duke he'd abandoned after he took everything from her. She was supposed to come back to Lorist, begging for his forgiveness and a second chance. She was supposed to cry snot and blood as he shoved her out of the castle and told her to stick it where the sun never shone and then die a lonely death in a brother, a marsh, or some other shithole. But instead she'd become a dignified duchess, a noble of renown. Her backstabbing had paid off, and she was now an entire kingdom's idol. She had won happiness, love, riches, and recognition with her treachery. It was even worse that it seemed she wasn't hiding a dark, vile personality, she'd become a genuinely good person. Lorist might have been able to take it if she'd become a vile bitch that would eventually fall from grace and tumble into hell. He could at least soothe the scar in his heart. But that was not to be, and it hurt. It hurt so bad he wanted to tear the nearest building apart. He wanted to run down the roads and avenues of the city and scream his dissatisfaction at the heavens. Was this justice? Where was the world's karma? Where was the heavens' righteousness? Sigh. He shook his head and pushed his feelings into the back of his mind. He did not regret not meeting the woman. He would not have been able to contain himself if he saw her face, regardless of the look on it. His thoughts came back just in time to hear Tarkle finish his shocking report. Hold on, say that again. The Queen's dead. She died of a sudden, mysterious illness. That is what I just said, Your Grace. She passed on the 32nd of the 8th. HD rushed to the capital that afternoon. He stayed there for the night and the next day it was announced the Queen was dead. That's 2 for 1. What's wrong with Auguslo? It had been just a month since the world learned of the Queen's affair and pregnancy, and now she was dead, just a month from the child's due birth. The king had not given any order besides ordering silence on the Queen's affair, and now suddenly she and her child was dead. Lorist had thought he'd only make his moves once the child was born. He did not think he and Duke Fisibelan would send the unborn to its grave. There was no way the Duke was not involved. The two must have made a secret pact and immediately executed their plan. What about Knight Wexes? Has he been punished? No, but he's still being kept in the palace. There's been no word of him since his imprisonment. Chapter 530 Loan Problems. A man buys a slave not to sit in the closet for the rest of his life, but to work for him and earn him money. Why, then, do men hide their money in their chests? Should money not, like the slave, work for its owner? Lorist got a message from Sai Laoaz on the 21st of the 9th. Charade and Duke Fustat had come to an agreement. House Fustat would pay 1,000,000 gold fords for the Duke and his legion. House Norton would send them back with North Sea. Each soldier's ransom was 10 gold. 500,000 in all. Fustat, the gold, and the silver knights combined were 1,000,000. Charade didn't hold back at all. Windsor Prina didn't get much of a discount. Duke Fustat made a tempting proposal when he was released. The legion was stripped of its weapons and armor when it surrendered. He wanted to buy equipment from Lorist before he returned home. Charade was all too happy to oblige the Duke. This was no small deal, at least 60 gold per soldier, 3 million in all. Unfortunately, Charade did not have the authority to sell equipment to technical enemies, so they had to talk to Lorist himself. Charade also passed along news he got from Sylvia and the rest. They were heading to Silaos. They would all leave for Moronti in a couple of days. Why is Sylvia coming to Moronti? Don't tell me she heard about Wenna and wants to keep an eye on me. No, surely not. Didn't Charade tell her I refused to see the woman? I haven't done anything to give her a reason to come. Whatever. Those women are a force of nature. I'll worry about them when they arrive, no point in losing sleep before then. If only she wasn't that young and Lorist wasn't always out on campaign. She missed him very much and worried incessantly. Perhaps he should treat this as a vacation and spend some time with them and show them around the city, which was his hometown for over a decade. Spiel requested an audience 2 days later. He had been given charge of the prison camp near the docks and had been trying his best to empty the inhabitants' wallets. This had been settled since Charade and Kaet made their agreement 2 months earlier. The second last group of 10,000 were now being moved to Movlin, completely broke. In total, Spiel had brought in 7 million gold, mostly in jewelry and other valuables. He had come to complain because the last 10,000 refused to part with their money. They'd been living off the free food and weren't doing anything to spend their money. Lorist gave up, he couldn't get the people to let go of their money, and his patience was running thin with Kaet, who kept sending him letters of protest almost daily, so he ordered Spiel to just let them. I need just 1 more month. I'll get their money if I have just another month, Spiel begged. Let them go. 1 more month would have been worth it for 20,000, but we'll lose more than we'll make for just 10,000 people. The money wasn't the only problem. Tarkal had done his best to put up their facade of struggle, but it was only a matter of time before their real situation leaked, and that became more likely with every passing day. For one, the Union had gotten sniff in the nose that something was off with the constant requests for more agents and had stopped sending them. Moronti was also starting to improve enough that a keen eye could see it even from outside the city walls. The factories were getting back up to speed and the merchants would soon come from the south to begin large-scale trading again. Even if Lorist could keep up the facade until then, it would crumble the moment the merchant ships sailed into the harbor. There was also the problem of Kaet noticing the livelier atmosphere and sending word back to the Union directly. He was being kept separate from the main population, but once things got really lively, he'd hear it. What city's people laughed and cheered whilst in the midst of constant uprisings and bloody street fighting? No, it was time to wrap things up and pull out. The new governments made a request. They want to borrow 10 million gold. Everything will be invested in the city and the surrounding areas, so I've agreed. I just need you to iron out the detail. Deal with it as soon as you're done with the final arrangements for the camp, commanded Lorist. Such loans were usually issued at high interest rates. The shrine of the goddess of wealth and trades, Zijin's, primary income was from high interest loans, though they also had a stake in the Ford Bills industry. The guilds would deposit money with the shrine and get a bill of equal value which they could turn in at any other shrine for the money, for a fee, of course. The money was safe, both for storage and for transport since no one acted against the shrine. It was much like the Catholic Church from Lorist's previous life. The shrine was as much a bank as it was a religious organization. The Union had paid his ransoms completely in bills as well. They might have thought he'd ransack the shrines anyway, so they'd pay him in a way so he wouldn't get anything more, anyway. If he really did ransack the shrines, the bills would be worthless, anyway. The shrine begged that they not cash all the bills at once when Charade and Spiel took them to the shrine. The shrine's entire vault came from the Union, so if everything was paid out, they'd be bankrupt. Spiel jumped like a cat whose tail was stepped on. No, Your Grace. How can you agree to this? They already owe us 4 million. If we give them this as well, they'll owe us 14 million. They can't service this loan, and even if they do, it'll take decades, maybe even a century for them to pay it back. If this was anyone else, Spiel would gladly have made the loan, but this was too risky. The new government didn't even have anything to put up as security. Lorist had agreed, however, despite knowing how horrible a deal this was. Think about all of our people that died in this war. We've gotten just barely more than nothing from this, and now you want to piss millions away? You're pissing away everything we've worked decades to build. Oh, tell me how much we made, then, said Lorist coldly. We got 10 million from the city in gold and goods. We got 10 million in basic material from the outskirts of the city, but it's all completely useless and there isn't a market for the stuff. The ransoms also got us just over 6 million, and we got just over 7 from the prisoners. In all we made 23 million, but 4 of that's already been lent to the new government. If you take away the money we spent on food, we have just over 15 million left. If you give them another 10, we'll have just 3 million. You said logistics is the key to war. Just the last 3 months of campaign have cost us 1.5 million, and then you put aside another 5 for North Seas retrofit. And then there are all the pensions for the wounded and the compensation for the dead, which is another 500,000. Enough. I understand. This loan would put us in the red, yes? But what would you do with the 10 if we kept it? You're just going to ship it back to the Dominion and shove it into our vaults to rot. You remembered my comment about logistics, but it seems you forgot what I said about money. Money is worthless unless it's flowing in the economy. Besides, you forgot a lot of benefits. What about the money we got from selling food in the city? What about the money we got from the trade with the merchants? The 4 million we lent will earn us interest, and it'll help get the economy here back up and running, and we can sell stuff here as a result. I trust your loyalty, but your eyes disappoint me. You know what we plan to do here. But the new government isn't yet sure if we'll be any better than the old Union. I bet you this loan is less about them lacking funds, though they no doubt do, and more about testing our commitment to supporting them. Loaning them this money is us guaranteeing them that we will stand by them and guarantee their independence. You talk about security on the loan, this loan itself is their security on our support. Stop questioning my financial decisions and just do what I say. This loan will let them form a decent military, which means we can pull out and send out people home. The rest will speed up their development and let us start selling into the market in larger volumes faster. This is a great deal for us, actually. 10 million now will get us a great buffer against the old Union, a decent ally, and a good share in a market that will earn us hundreds of millions over the coming decades. I understand. I shall do as you wish, Your Grace. Chapter 531 2 Letters. Though Lorist was only a relatively skilled workshop owner in his past life, the influence of mass media and basic economic knowledge made him keenly aware that the 4 million gold forts he lent the new Morantian government was far from enough to kickstart an independent economy. According to Charade, they had money, they were just forced to keep it for emergency use thanks to the years of monopoly under the various merchant guilds. Lorist had to instill confidence in the people for the market so they would take their money out and spend it. While 4 million gold forts was a lot, it was nowhere near a lot in the long term. The two divisions' training and the establishment of institutions and facilities to encourage economic participation, as well as the cost of feeding the people until they became self-sufficient again, would dry up the 4 million in just a couple of months. They needed more money, and Lorist was their only option. No other faction or party was rich enough to lend that kind of money. Even the high-interest loaners from Zijin's shrine were powerless. The newly formed government didn't lack talent. Had they not been staunch believers in individual freedoms, Lorist would have recruited them. Jindas, for example, and the various shrine leaders, and a few old scholars, would all have made great officials. While they grasped power, they were willing to help House Norton form the Free Union to escape the trade union's rulers. They were weary of him, though, which was half the reason for their new loan application. Lorist knew exactly what was going on in the market. The only reason it still existed was thanks to his support. Apart from a group of risk-taking pioneers that took the first step, most were still hiding their money and watching to see if the situation would change. Lorist had to continue investing, to assure them that he would keep the market stable. His words to Spiel were his honest thoughts. He didn't care about being paid back the loan directly from the government. The indirect benefits he'd gain through the market would more than cover it, even if not a penny was returned by the government. The transport ships returned to Moronti from Silaoas, escorted by North Sea on the 20th of the 9th. Sylvia had come as well, so Lorist had little choice but to go down to the dock to meet her and risk seeing his old lover. He was shocked and utterly crushed to see his wife and the woman getting along well, even like sisters. The hell is going on? A sense of foreboding washed over Lorist the moment he saw the two disembark holding hands. He ignored Charade and Duke Fustat's greetings and rushed to hold Sylvia's right hand before she stepped off the board. "Your Grace!" Sylvia hurriedly let go of Prina's hand and curtsied. "Why did you come without notice?" "It's still dangerous here," reprimanded Lorist in a low voice. "I missed you," answered Sylvia coquettishly, stepping in for a hug. "You?" Lorist laughed helplessly before turning to Prina. "My humble thanks, revered Duke," Prina said, taking a step back and curtsying. There was nothing about her posture anyone could pick it. Lorist returned her curtsy with a nod. It had been 2 decades. Time had flown. Nobody expected their reunion to happen like this. Her eyes were still just as big, but her gaze had a trace of maturity. She had an air of grace her younger self had lacked. She had become an exemplary noblewoman. All trace of the fairy in her youth had vanished. Time flies and people change, hey. Lorist sighed. "Welcome, Lady Windsor. This visit must be a nostalgic visit for you," said he. "Indeed. My most precious memories are rooted here. I treasure them dearly. It is a most glorious occasion to return to this great city and see the old friends from my youth," replied Prina, gazing at Lorist. Lorist averted his gaze slightly. "Indeed? I can only wish you a joyous visit, then. I've arranged a residence worthy of you and your husband's grace. The two of you must be worn out. Please make use of the carriage I've prepared. Baron Charade will accompany you. I am hosting a banquet in 2 days. I hope you will attend." "I am honored." "We shall attend," said Duke Lorf, stepping forward. Lorist nodded. "Then we shall see each other at the banquet." Fanazali and Daisy came closer to greet Lorist when the foreign nobles left. "Sheesh, you two came as well? I don't know what to say. Where's Anderbale? I didn't bring him because Maria went home to deliver her child. Anna went back to her barony as well and Anderbale decided to tag along. He sticks to his elder brother like glue. Xanthai's with them as well. I got Cockney's letter and wanted to stop by the capital on the way, then that whole debacle happened and I decided to steer clear." Anderbale was 5, the most rambunctious age for boys. His first older brother was Diliana's son, Slop Hank, 3 years his senior. The two got along pretty well. "Oh, right, Cockney is Sylvia's cousin. Why would she want to go see her, though? Weren't they pretty antagonistic towards one another? I thought you didn't get along with her. Why would you suddenly want to go see her? We may not have seen eye to eye, but she was still my cousin. Her message was a plea for help. I couldn't just ignore it. I didn't think she'd die like this. Her child was due soon." Sylvia teared up. It took quite some work to get her in the carriage. 2 letters lay on Lorist's desk. One was the Queen's letter. She'd written about her affair and her pregnancy. She said it was related to Lorist. Wexes had saved her life when the Blade Masters attacked to kill Lorist and she fell in love. She didn't mention his identity, so Lorist suspected she didn't know. She'd even seriously considered eloping with him. Of course, Lorist was blamed for her not getting to elope. He chose to help the king, which allowed him to return before she could deliver the child. She'd hoped to use the child as leverage against Wexes, who refused to run away, to convince him to do it. If she'd not been as far pregnant when she heard Auguslo was returning, she could have run away, but she was 7 months along and couldn't travel easily. She believed only Sylvia, Duchess of the kingdom's largest duchy and wife to its strongest duke and only sword saint, could save her, so she wrote to her. If Sylvia could drag her husband's name into the middle of the whole affair, then her grandfather and husband would have to tread lightly. If she could hold out until she gave birth, she'd annul the marriage and go live in some small, isolated town. She no longer cared about title and prestige, she just wanted to live happily with her child and lover. The messenger had left the capital 3 days before the king's return and had travelled with only a few hours rest a day for almost a month to deliver the message. Sylvia, a mother herself, was moved and immediately set out to help her estranged cousin. She would be heading into dangerous territory, so she chose to leave her son with Xanthi and Deliana. She planned to head to Moronti to meet up with her husband either when the matter was resolved, or with her cousin, but learned of her death on the way to Silaos. She knew she could not show weakness in front of another noble, she had to maintain her appearance as a strong, noble wife to her sword saint duke husband, so she'd been bottling up her sorrow. Now together with her beloved husband, and away from prying eyes, she broke down completely. She cried herself to sleep that night and continued even in her sleep. Lorist shook his head as he thought of the scene. His wife was way too free with her emotions. She cried for a woman who'd done nothing but bully her whole life because she sent a single message and then died. She's second letter was from Glacia. Lorist opened it slowly. It confirmed his suspicion that Wexes was Auguslo's bastard. The knight's mother was the maidservant that had raised the now king after his mother died. He had bedded her, then 10 years his senior, on his 16th birthday. Wexes was born 9 months later. She was, however, one of his father's concubines. Andanak was so furious he killed the maid in front of his son by strangling her to death, beheading her corpse, feeding her body to the pigs, and mounting her head above his son's bed for 3 weeks. He also gave the bastard child to a random knight. It was the biggest reason his father also put him in the bottom of the line of succession. If not for the ongoing civil war, he'd have disowned him entirely. Glacia had been his lover for decades. She knew his heart better than anyone else, even his now late queen. The dead maid was a black hole in his heart. She was the reason he never took Glacia as his queen. For her part, Glacia refused to live in that long-dead woman's shadow any longer and left him. Chapter 532 Agreement and Rumors. The banquet continued as planned 2 days later. Duke Fustat and his wife attended as promised. During the proceedings, they brought up the Duke's request for military equipment and Lorist agreed. Sylvia, Fanazali and Daisy attended as well, which saved Lorist from having to alone with Prina. The best she could do was shoot him a begrudging glance to him from time to time. He, of course, never saw anything even when he was practically looking right at her. He instead discussed how Jigda took advantage of the union and swallowed 6 kingdoms with the Duke. The Duke casually admitted it was all part of his plan. Jigda had no choice but to borrow the union's tactics and absorb nations once they started applying pressure on the alliance. Roman was threatening to invade and Kaistan was not far behind. The kingdom had to grow rapidly and become a force capable of giving the 2 empires enough of a fight to make them hesitate and think twice. Lorist's interference with the was between Andanak and the Union ruined the alliance, however. Luckily Fustat had been leading the kingdom's forces accompanying the navy, another commander might have chosen to go to war rather than surrender. Now his family had paid the ransom, the 2 sides could part amicably, and the kingdom didn't have to worry about a war with Lorist and his frightening armies. Despite their friendly conversations, neither was willing to ally with the other. Their lands were just too far apart. They could not offer each other effective support, and would instead just get dragged into a war in name in which they could do no actual fighting. The banquet continued late into the night. Lorist's women only left for their bedrooms once they had promised to accompany Prina around the city the next day. The group spent most of their trip talking about the Duchess' business endeavors in her youth. Lorist had Reedy accompany them. Charade and Duke Fustat concluded their negotiations several days later. The deal was for 100,000 sets of armor and weaponry and 2 brigades worth of catapults and carabalisti. The latter two would make Jigda the strongest military force where siege was concerned on their half of the continent. Duke Fustat was damn rich if he could throw away that much money so easily. Either that or he was in a very difficult situation. Charade said that according to Duke Fustat, Wesha Merchant Guild, which he had recently exterminated, had monopolized the arms trade in the region. No one in the region had the mineral wealth to compete with them. Wesha insisted on taking the old empire's territory as its dominion. It wanted all the mines there. They not only took all the mines, they also kept an iron grip on forging techniques and talents. They recruited or abducted every promising smith in their sphere of influence, and killed those they couldn't get. Firebird's equipment came from Wesha and had cost the Duke 4 million gold fords. With Wesha gone, Lorist was the only major arms dealer left on the continent. Lorist had always wondered why he could never sell his clearly superior equipment, now he knew. He had tried to work through Peterson, but Wesha vetoed the deal. They would never let any competitor, much less such a major one, get a foothold in the market. Charade realized this as well, and understood his lord's intentions immediately, which was why he had pushed to sell them everything they needed at a reasonable price. This was their ticket, their chance to get a foot in the now empty market and swallow everything up. The Union was already moving to get back into the market, but with how secretive Wesha had been, and how utterly they'd been wiped out, it would take years, even decades, before they had a comparable guild up and running, and by then the entire market would belong to Lorist. Prina had Sylvia tell Lorist she wanted to meet him. She had noticed a business opportunity in Moronti and wanted him to give sole distribution rights of Norton goods in the southern half of the continent to Mermaid. Lorist refused. He was fine with the arrangement in principle, though only for Jigda, but would not see that woman no matter what. He instead sent Charade to deal with her in his stead. North Sea only had enough strength to control down to the southern seas, it could not take control of Sunshine Seas or the Golden Coast, so he had to allow free trade there, at least for the time being. Lorist had every intention of shutting such trade down as soon as he had the power, however. He would not let anyone do any trade that was not regulated and taxed by him. Besides, letting trade run rampant had its benefits. For one, it would help speed up Moronti's recovery. He would also not go as far as to monopolize the actual trading itself. He had no trouble with letting independent merchants have their share, but they could not be allowed to trade where he could not regulate and tax it. For another, he could use a healthy independent merchant industry to further his spy network and also cut the Union out of their old home turf. The Union's guilds were not settled enough as land barons yet, they had to rely on trade, so without it, he could starve them without having to go to war. Prina's gotten sharp over the years. She saw the market immediately. She doesn't understand that monopolizing this will make her guild a public enemy. Charade refused to budge, he could be really stubborn when it came to money and wealth. Prina eventually gave up and settled on just the Jigda market. The Duchess handed Charade a half-book of a letter before she left with her husband, making him promise to hand it to Lorist personally and make sure he read it. It turned out to be a complaint about his distance to her. Her age showed as she nostalgically recounted their love affair like an old maid on her deathbed telling her great-grandchildren about her wild, long-forgotten youth. One of the worst things she said in her letter, was that she'd have stayed by Lorist's side if she could do everything over, even if it meant she'd have lost her home. She wrote an extensive allusion to Lorist's marriage, talking about the happiness she saw in her replacement. She even hinted at being jealous of her once or twice. She didn't forget to gripe about Lorist's refusal to give her a good deal despite being an ex-lover of hers, her only one, in fact. From there she launched into a long fantasy about opening up her old shop in Moronti and a branch of the guild. At the very end, she spoke of her various ideas for opening a second branch in his lands to the far north. Women. Loris dropped each page into the fireplace in his office as he finished reading it. If a druid or apothecary ever invented medicine for regret, the women in a single city would give him enough business to retire. No matter how much Loris might want to deny it, that little fairy in his memories, the little witch that had danced on his heart, his first love, would always have the sweetest place in his heart, even if it was now vacant. Even Sylvia, for all her charm and love, even if they were to be together happily for several centuries, could never take over that place, could never match this woman in his heart. And it made him furious. The merchants started pouring into the docks a few days after the Duke and Duchess left. Soon businesses, some buying and selling the merchants' goods, some serving the sailors, and others serving the workers working in the new businesses in, around, and near the docks sprung up almost daily. The city slowly came back to life. Night lights grew outward from the docks like long tendrils, like a glowing plant slowly extending its roots into the surrounding city. A letter arrived from Cape Romani as well, from Howard. 3 months had passed since he'd been left with the indentured workforce and things were finally coming together. The reef had been filled and had had enough time to set and dry. It was not finally time to start construction on the castle port town proper. Most of the letter was a list of the materials the next phase of the project required. Loris felt the boy's enthusiasm ooze out of his every pen stroke. He clearly wanted to build a grand citadel. Loris was willing to indulge his second disciple a little, a reward of sorts for all his hard work over the years, especially since they'd gotten involved in Auguslo's war again. He even decided to let him leave his name on his first great project as his disciple. He crossed out Howard's suggested name, Fort Romani, and wrote in Fort Howard. The next 3 months passed quickly. Fallock Plains saw no conflict in that time, it was completely peaceful. The Union had not made any effort towards making peace, but they also didn't launch any offensives, not even skirmishes. An eerie peace reigned over the continent. The front lines may have been free of conflict for the last 3 months, but they were far from quiet. Pickaxes, axes, saws, shovels, and hammers clanged away day and night on the trade union's side of no man's land. Long, zigzagging lines were slowly crisscrossing the entire front, just like it had in Movlin several years earlier. The Free Union's side, on the other hand, was completely open. One could walk without paying attention to the ground from the citadels to the enemy front. Nothing but open, flat plains ran from horizon to horizon there. The only places evidence of military activity could be seen was on the various citadels' walls, where heads constantly moved back and forth across the crenels between the merlins, and in the barracks, training yards, and muster fields where men constantly shouted as they trained. Loris had no interest in the enemy's plots and plans, however. He just did what was necessary to keep his men fit and alert, and left the rest up to fate. The trade union had started spreading rumors of the violence they believed was going on in Moronti 2 months earlier, probably to drum up support from their subjects and from the remaining kingdoms, principalities, and duchies from the old alliance. Rumors spread like wildfires, and soon the entire continent was ablaze. House Norton was soon known to be killing tens of thousands of Morontians every week. Drinking babies' blood and eating young ladies' flesh after taking their innocence. They were crucifying anyone they didn't like and stoning whores who dissatisfied them. The city was always burning, and the entire plain in which it stood was constantly covered in a haze of smoke and the sickly sweet stench of death and rotting human flesh. A few even claimed to have family members who'd seen Norton's soldier do despicable, vile things to the corpses of young boys and girls, defiling them so badly that even the gods, even with their infinite mercy, could not accept their scarred, deformed souls into the heavens, and they were left to haunt the city and the surrounding plains for all eternity. The guilds owned all of the city's newspapers. They had closed when the city fell, so no one had news directly from within the city. Similarly, everyone in the camps had been kept in the dark about what was really going on in the city. They also hated House Norton for robbing them of their wealth and were all too happy to believe and spread, even exaggerate the rumors as they heard them. As oblivious as the outside world was to the truth of what was going on within the city, so were its inhabitants to what was going on in the outside world. The first news of this came through the merchants sailing into and out of the city's harbor by the dozen every day now. House Norton didn't even lift a finger to counter the rumors. The merchants, having a vested interest in people wanting to trade with the city and buy House Norton's goods, fought the rumors at every chance they got. Even Duke Fustat did his bit. He wrote to every noble he knew and every merchant his wife knew to tell them what was really going on. Whilst this curbed the rumors spread, people loved gossip and a new story made the rounds every couple of weeks. Luckily, people grew bored with a rumor just as quickly as they got excited by it, and they quickly vanished again, to be replaced by a new rumor a few weeks later. Knowing all this, Lorist decided to just let whatever was destined to happen, and instead focused his energy on helping to get the city back on its feet. He was training the city's new guard in policing and law enforcement when he received news of Auguslo's impending arrival. It was a surprise, but nothing really worth worrying about, only, he had come practically alone. Chapter 533 Two Conditions. Suffer not a harlot to live. I will not be at the king's reception. He's a murderer. Sylvia was near 30, just a few weeks off, in fact, but she still behaved like a little child. She threw a tantrum when she was told she was expected to attend the banquet and refused to go. Fine, you don't have to go. Fenazli is struggling with her pregnancy, so go look after her, Lorist said, finally giving up. He'd been kept up every night for nearly 3 months and had only gotten rid of one of his women. Sylvia and Daisy were still pestering him nightly. Where's His Majesty currently? I don't know, Genalio replied. His Majesty came to Moronti disguised as a messenger. He didn't stop in any of the towns or cities along the way. We wouldn't have known he'd arrived even now if Reedy hadn't bumped into him. He should be bringing the king around soon. Folic Plains was nothing but ruins. Mostly abandoned for 3 years now, it was rife with pests. One was stray dogs, which roamed the abandoned farmlands and villages looking for mice, rats, cats, and even human corpses, anything meat-like to eat. It had gotten so bad in and around Mass and Gypsy that Reedy had to go clear the packs out. Fine. I'll go look for them along the road. I hope I can bump into him quickly and get things over with. Auguslo was inspecting the largest of the city markets when Lorist found him. Reedy stood beside him. 20 royal guards dragged horses along not too far away. Lorist dismounted and greeted the king with a shallow bow. What brings your majesty here? Oh, Locke, brother, you're here. The king said, turning around, I didn't think you'd get Moronti back into shape in just half a year. It's nothing like when I was here last. No wonder you're so often called the kingdom's interior minister. What do you think about becoming the empire's first chancellor? I'll hand all internal affairs to you. I know you won't disappoint. Lorist laughed bitterly. Please stop joking, your majesty. Do you know how much money House Norton had to invest to get it to where it is now? I've put 14 million in so far and I'll probably have to put in more over the next 2 or 3 years. My treasury is empty and I have to sleep with my sword under my bed, otherwise my financial advisor will kill me in my sleep. Auguslo almost slipped. How much? 14 million. Are you that rich? You should lend me that money instead. Rich my ass. I was forced. This whole campaign's been nothing but a massive loss. My fleet was ravaged, and I made nothing from Moronti either. I had to bring everything I got from Invincible here to feed the people. I basically had to lend everything I made from Moronti right back to it, as well as everything I made from the Union in the ransoms. I don't understand. Locke, I thought you were going to force the Union to negotiate for the city. Why are you investing in the city if it'll be back in their hands in a year or so? Do you plan to keep everything? Auguslo had to know. He could not allow Lorist to take Moronti and Falic plains. The Duke would then have more land than he and all the other noble under him had. He could still exercise some measure of control over Lorist as long as he was based in the Northlands. While it was a great defensive location, it was also easy to cut off from the rest of the world if need be. It also helped that it was close by and he could thus quickly respond to anything happening there. If, however, Lorist made his primary title one based in Moronti, and moved his family and headquarters here, the king would have no control over him. The Duke could easily secede and declare his independence and Auguslo would be unable to anything about it. Your Majesty's overthinking, Lorist waved his hand. How did you get the impression that Moronti's people would accept being ruled by a foreigner, and a noble at that, much less the man that took their city from them? Even if we could maintain control, we'd never have any peace. I have no intention of taking such a troublesome place. As for our investment, it wasn't really by choice, but that's something to discuss in private. The group returned to Lorist's study where he explained everything. What? Auguslo cried, you're forming a new union. It's not that simple, Your Majesty. We're forming a free union. Unlike the trade union, the free union has no large merchant guilds, and none have any say in its governance. It governed by a body the people will choose themselves periodically. They won't let another monopoly form. So we can expect a competitive, high-profit market to emerge in the next decade, explained Lorist. What good is this to you? Don't forget the old union is still watching from the sidelines. They refused to surrender. Even when we offered a mutual peace, they continued to be obstinate. They made demands we could never accept. When negotiations failed, they declared they'd fight us to the last man, that this war would not end until every last one of them was a corpse. I have no confidence in securing a peace deal. So, I decided to make Moronti and the plains into a new union that will be a buffer between us and the old union, deny them access to the markets and trade routes, and be our ally and give us access to these markets and trade routes. The 14 million is to get the new union on its feet so the old one can't just stomp it as soon as we withdraw. Isn't Moronti and the plains mankind's bastion of freedom? I don't think they'd fight against the union at the behest of a foreign noble, Auguslo interjected. That union stopped being the government of freedom when they became nobles. The new union is now the bastion of freedom and the people won't let the old one get control again, Lorist countered. But why would the union refuse to come a reasonable agreement? Simple. They have money and a monopoly of most of the market in the alliance. They believe they can hold out until we collapse. They want us to beg them to take back Moronti and the plains. They'll march in and take back everything, demand we return the provinces we took back, and demand complete monopoly of our entire economy. This war is not just kill or be killed for our soldiers. It's kill or be killed for our kingdom as well. We're in at least as bad shape as they are, but we cut them off from their maritime routes, so they have to move their goods by land, which is prohibitively expensive. We're willing to invest in Moronti so that we can get a harbor and a market halfway down the coast. This will give us access to the southern half of the continent. It'll also destroy the old union's monopoly. We just have to keep them out of Morant and away from the coast for a couple of years and they'll wither away on their own. I'm grateful for your service, the king said as he leaned forward on his chair, his elbow digging into the table, his chin rested on his hands, a serious expression on his face. Few sovereigns could ask for a better vassal. If you can make things go as you have described to me now, you will be the greatest man in the empire's history besides its emperors, and your house the greatest besides the royal family. Is there anything I can do to help? Auguslo wanted part of the credit. He, as the king, could not be just a bystander in this historic moment. If that really happened, there might actually be calls for Lorist to become the new empire's emperor rather than him. We hope your majesty can help. Lorist had given his explanation precisely for this. I know the kingdom is in bad shape right now, so I will not ask for what it cannot give. I ask only that your majesty send a light legion to Malivia in support of the new union's forces. That is reasonable. It shall be done, Auguslo quickly agreed. This was exactly what he hoped. This way he could claim an active role in the victory without having to make any actual sacrifices. And I hope you can give me Jilin Harbor. Jilin Harbor? For what? The king asked, his guard rising. This was to be expected. Jilin Harbor was not far from the capital. If Lorist was given control of the city, he could land forces right in the king's backyard without any resistance, and, before anyone could react, he'd be in the capital. It could not be so he'd have a staging ground for trade and force transport further south, he already had Silaoas and its harbors. Your Majesty's overthinking things again. I don't want the title, I just want the governorship. What governorship? Governorship would be similar to the honorary titles you gave me before. I get to govern the land as if it were my own, but, unlike with honorary titles, the title deed for the city and the surrounding land remains with you. Think of it like me renting the harbor and the city from you. I will pay a fixed tax to you every year as well, regardless of how profitable I make the city or not. Auguslo moved to the map on the wall and stared at the city for a long time. I cannot see the shop no matter how much I stare, he finally said. Tell me, Locke, what do you plan to do with the city? I want to make the city, specifically its harbor, the biggest, busiest, and most prosperous this side of the Golden Bay. I want to make it the first stop for any goods coming from the south. Everything will come here from the south, then from here it will go wherever else it wants in the kingdom and eventual empire. I can give you the governorship on 2 conditions, the king said, slowly. You may not move any of your men into the city. Any disembarkation or travel through has to get my approval beforehand, like it would be if you had nothing to do with the place. I will provide the city guard, which will be independent of you but will cooperate to keep the peace. And I don't want a fixed tax for the city. If you're going to develop the city, it means it will become far more profitable than it is now. My tax will be half of the profits. Lorist smiled bitterly, but nodded. Deal. The big topics covered, Lorist poured them fruit wine. I heard you were going to survey the provinces. Why are you here? Auguslo downed his cup and held it out for Lorist to refill. I'm here to explain the scandal. I know you know of what I speak. Lorist handed Auguslo the bottle. It is not my place as your vassal to comment on your personal affairs. It would certainly be hypocritical of me since I demand my vassals not comment on my personal affairs. However, my wife is Her late Majesty's cousin, so I must speak and ask on her behalf. Your Majesty neglected the Queen. Even with the scandal, did you and Duke Fisibalin not go too far? Is the Queen's paramour not your son? Her child, though not your offspring, is still of your bloodline. Could you not spare the Queen till she birthed the child and punish her appropriately thereafter? Auguslo downed the bottle. It is not that simple, Locke. Were I certain the child was Wex's, I would have let it come into the world, but the Queen had 2 other lovers of which we know, at least. There was no certainty whose bastard it was. I had to preserve my bloodline's purity. I could not risk the possibility of someone from a bastard bloodline climbing into my family tree. Lorist broke. This, Queen, deserved everything she got. If I may ask then, Your Majesty, what agreement did you reach with Duke Fisibalin? He apologized personally and was the one who sent that woman on her way. I will do my survey later this year and the Duke promised to have a new wife ready when I pass by there. He'll adopt his choice as his daughter before I take her as my wife. Chapter 534, Callisto Hills. For the common man the saying goes, let no matter keep you from your bed. But for the noble man, the saying goes, let no bed keep you from important matters. You understand now, right? Your cousin hid a lot from you. She told you about her love for one of her lovers because she knew it would move you. She had no clue who the baby's father was, Lorist said finally, still stroking Sylvia's long hair as she lay in his chest. Sylvia gazed at him with teary eyes. Kokone having multiple lovers didn't change how cruel their deaths were. She didn't lament the killing of her cousin, she lamented the killing of her cousin. I hate grandfather. How could he kill her? Kokone was his granddaughter, and the child was just a month away. Stop grieving, dear. Let bygones be bygones. It wasn't that His Majesty didn't know about her promiscuity, he just didn't care. He wedded her solely for political gain. He needed a queen from your grandfather's bloodline, he didn't care whom. If Kokone had had a better sense of propriety and had been better at keeping secrets, the king wouldn't have cared how many lovers she had. But she shouldn't have seduced Wexes, and she most certainly shouldn't have gotten pregnant. You know Wexes is His Majesty's bastard and the one he intends to make his heir. Why would Kokone seduce him despite having so many lovers? She even let herself get pregnant. There is no way she did not know she'd get the guillotine if the king ever found out. The king told me he had no choice but to kill her before the bastard was born. He could not let his queen's womb bear a bastard, especially not when it would be her first. I'm not sure whether it would be worse or better if the child was known to be Wexes's or not. But as things stood, no one knew, and he could not have an heir that could become his enemy's pawn. Yes, it's cruel, but given what the king had to preserve, there was no other option. Your grandfather knew exactly how things stood. We are nobles, not commoners. We cannot allow cracks in our visage which other will use to ridicule us. We stand as the rulers of men as much because we have their respect as that we are better at ruling and fighting than they are. If we lose their respect, half our foundations will be gone and the slightest breeze could topple us. Sylvia was overcome with grief, but she had not lost her reason. She nuzzled into her husband's chest and fell asleep. Lorist held her for a while before he lifted her off him gently. He rolled to the edge of the bed to think more comfortably. Auguslo left as quickly as he had come. He had only come to inform Lorist about the goings-on in the capital. Lorist was his only sword saint. Auguslo needed his support to steady his throne, and he certainly could not afford to have him possibly turn on him. His other wish was to have the man take his bastard as his disciple. His bastard lacked legitimacy by birth, so he had to make up for it by molding him into the perfect heir in every other right. Lorist turned him down. His disciples could be no older than 16 when the process began and had to be his attendant for 2 years before they stood a chance at becoming his disciples. Even then it was not guaranteed. During the 2 years Lorist would carefully watch them and put them through countless trials and tribulations. Only if they passed, and were deemed worthy, would they be accepted. Wexes had missed his chance. He was too old. It didn't matter how good he was, he could not become Lorist's disciple. He'd also come to invite Lorist to attend his ascension ceremony. He planned to take the name Auguslo the Restorer with his ascension and become the first emperor of the restored empire. He had originally planned to hold the ceremony a few months after his return, but that was stopped by his former wife's improprieties. He did not have the gall to hold the ceremony so quickly after the scandal, and certainly not without a woman to sit next to him as empress. His inspection tour was an excuse to get out of the city and go get his new wife. He would marry the woman Duke Fisibalan gave him and then ascend. With that in mind, he'd hoped Lorist could end the war in less than 2 years. It was inauspicious to ascend to the throne during wartime, and he had no desire to have the Union barge into the ceremony. There was no such hope, however. It could only happen if he killed them all himself. Tonight, Lorist lay contemplating a request the new government had made. They'd passed a motion in the council to ask and allow him to deploy a force to Callisto Hills. They hoped he could seize it for them. It was a historic part of the Moranti-governed Union, and was crucial to the city's functioning as it provided them with most of their key daily resources such as charcoal, pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, potatoes, wheat amongst other things. Most importantly, any trade route to the Didanini Mountains needed to pass through it. They had to control the region if they were to trade with the dwarves, trade vital to the city's economy. Change was forever faster than plans. He'd only formed the free union out of necessity to keep the trade union in check. He'd chosen people that could effectively govern the new country and keep it going, but as a result they were also good enough to exploit him. They knew they did not have the might to stand against the union on their own, and they knew they could not keep Lorist and his forces here forever, so they were hell-bent on making the best use of him while they could. They would not let him leave until they were in a good enough position to feel comfortable standing on their own without him present. Callisto Hills was no doubt just the first of several moves they'd have him make. He was becoming the buffer between the two unions, rather than the free union becoming the buffer between him and the other union. They were no doubt hoping this little excursion would boil over into another full-blown campaign, would tie him and his forces down and keep him from withdrawing, thus giving them time to build up their forces. Why do they have to be smart people? Can't they just be decent administrators and governors but bad at strategy? Lorist smiled bitterly. They were sending 3 of their divisions to help him, but even in where they stationed the 3 they were holding back, they were shoving him in front of the trade union. Mass and Gypsy were the 2 cities closest to Moronti. The surrounding land had been prepared for agriculture. They would soon be sold to farmers. They were the safest, and that was where Moronti was putting its divisions. They, instead, shoved his firm rock into the 4 cities closest to the front lines and the ones most likely to be attacked. Besides, there was no need to send him to retake the region. The people who'd been given the land were very loyal to Moronti. They weren't members of the guilds, but were instead independent entrepreneurs and specialists from the city. Few had even bothered to find out where their lands were, a couple had even burned the deeds and had refused to leave the city. They also didn't see the point to trying to manage such a backwater. The entire region was completely undeveloped. It had no infrastructure, even the biggest roads were just small dirt cart trails. The region was so poorly defended they could take it with just a division. The trouble was holding on to it. The complete lack of infrastructure meant it would be near impossible to supply the necessary occupation forces. It didn't help that the only port in the region, Inaba, had been crisped. If he agreed to the request, he'd be in the quagmire and would likely be stuck here fighting for years to come. He couldn't just say no either. The request was not obviously outlandish, so he'd seem like the untrustworthy one if he turned it down. He could also possibly lose his currently guaranteed unfettered access to the market in Moronti. The Free Union needed his assistance and support to establish itself on the continent, and he'd promised it to them in return for unfettered access to their market. If he turned down such a reasonable request, they might have legitimate cause to renege on their guarantee of access. He spent most of the night reasoning his way through the possible outcomes time and again, and finally decided to reject their request partially. He would send a small force out to take Callisto Hills, but he would not deploy a large force, nor would take over the defense of any of the surrounding cities. He decided to lend them elves while they trained their commanders. He would take over the city's defense. He was a native and had many connections to the new government through his acquaintances and former subordinates in the syndicates. He could most easily fit into the new system. The plan was put into motion on the 21st of the 11th of year 1779. A small contingent from Tigersor marched into Callisto Hills, drove out the minimal trade union forces there, and occupied it. The trade union did not respond. Chapter 535 War Discussion. In war there is only one certainty, you will not come out unscathed, if at all. Our Dominion's production rate of daily necessities in the 10th and 11th months have doubled. Perhaps the South's private traders know this will be their last chance for the year. Either way, they've been buying like crazy, even our luxury products have grown wings. We've made 3 millions profit in these 2 months alone. The 400,000 units of Magic Beast fur winter clothing sold out in 15 days. Morontians were scrambling to buy them. The only thing is, the local tailors have been complaining. They're dissatisfied that we'd make bland winter clothing with Magic Beast fur. They've had to painstakingly remake the clothes to be at least somewhat decent. They want us to give them the loose fur itself next time and let them make clothes from scratch. Spiel's face was positively glowing. He was the picture of bliss. He finally understood why Lorist insisted on investing in Moranti. Other things aside, almost 60% of all their goods and materials were already sold. 3 million had been made from daily necessities, and a further 2 million from more luxury items. 5 million all in just 2 months. And that was just in trade. They'd also been reaping benefits in industries as well. All their workshops were at full capacity and a few had even switched to 24-hour operations to keep up with demand. This investment's knock-on effects were reaching all the way back to the Northlands. Next year would see him collecting a lot more in taxes as well. Lorist didn't have much to say. He had instructed Spiel to monitor the goods prices so a single bad apple didn't ruin the whole batch. He had also prepared to build new factories to keep up, had introduced new regulations for entry to the market to steer clear of oversupplying. All the necessary arrangements made, Spiel left. Senbad was next. He'd come to bid his farewells before he left with Ferjigda with the convoy. It carried the first shipment in Lorist's deal with his former lover. He did not expect to be back before the middle of the next year, but he hoped to return with products and good news from their new market in the south. The southern seas had relatively good weather, but was rife with pirates. Half of his trip was to escort the convoy, the other half was to begin cleaning out the region. He would be accompanied by 11 blitzes, besides his flagship, and 100 dams. This would be the first time a Norton ship crossed into the southern seas. Charade was next. Sylvia interrupted their meeting by storming in unceremoniously. She had 2 pieces of good news. First was that Lorist's youngest children had been born. Maria had birthed a son on the 21st of the 10th back in the north, and Deliana a girl on the 27th. Lorist's family was becoming almost cumbersomely large. He now had 3 sons and 3 daughters, his dead bastard and the boy's abandoned younger brother, and the other unregistered children Ariatali's 2 children, excluded. He had single-handedly turned around his family's slow decline. The only disappointment was that all but one of his children were legitimized bastards, and were thus, at best, half Norton. So, while he had reversed his family's decline, he had only partially restored the bloodline. He had to have more legitimate children, children with Sylvia, to truly right his family's fortunes. Regardless, this was something worth celebrating. He finished 2 bottles of fine wine with Charade. Charade was there to discuss Mass and Gypsies agriculture. 30,000 households, 140,000 Morantians used cash or loans to buy the farmland. Half was profit. Together with the loan the government had secured from Lorist, they now had all the money they needed. They've asked for help expanding the military even further. They want to form 4 more divisions, 2 for Moranti and 1 for Callisto Hills and Ainaba each, and several cavalry divisions, explained Charade. Aren't they being too hasty? Lorist asked. Everyone knows Ainaba is a wreck. Didn't Lowe's complain his men were being used to help build new homes for the city's inhabitants and to get them supplies? It hardly seems worth a division. That's exactly why they want to send a division there. They want to officiate their declaration of independence next year. You know the old Union will respond in force. They cannot allow this to happen. That said, they don't have the forces to attack everything the new Union controls, so they'll focus on the strategically important targets, which is neither Callisto Hills, nor Ainaba. Those buggers plan to put us on the plains, where the old Union will no doubt strike first and most aggressively, and sequester themselves in the unimportant places, Callisto Hills and Ainaba. Lorist shook his head. Tell them there is no need for a further expansion. As long as I'm still present, everyone will focus their attention on me, and since I'm too powerful for them to face head-on, they won't attack in force. You mean? The windstorm sword saint? The old Union is waiting for him to recover. They won't attack until he is ready to keep me busy again. I suspect he'll challenge me to a duel sometime late next year. The Plains cities were now held by just a few new Union divisions. Lorist's firm Rock had returned home, and Tigersor was in Callisto Hills. There was no way the trade union did not know his current disposition. They quite possible already knew of the Free Union. His men had killed all the spies they'd sent, but they had occupied the city for decades, they could not be so easily cut out of the city. If they really knew about everything, but had yet to respond, it could only be that they were waiting for their sword saint to recover. They needed a counter to Lorist, they would attack the moment they had it. I see. So once again, your grace is the key to our victory or defeat. No, my duel is unimportant. The Windstorm Sword Saint can keep me busy, but he cannot defeat me. Which means the deciding factor will be our two armies. All the Windstorm Sword Saint can do for the old Union is assuage their concerns that I will go on a rampage and wipe their army out. He cannot win victory for them, that they have to do on their own. The same goes for us. In this upcoming war, I can only keep their Sword Saint from rampaging, you must claw victory from the old Union yourselves. With us out of the picture, the next most powerful people, the Blade Masters, will be the greatest deciding factor. No matter how strong our ranged weapons, they will struggle against dozens of Blade Masters. So that's the problem. If they entrenched themselves, they could fight off the rank-and-file soldiers, but they'd be vulnerable to teams of Blade Masters striking from the shadows, and the trade union was certain to do this. They'd already used this tactic to great effect during the War of Glass. I knew we shouldn't have let them ransom the Blade Masters and gold ranks, complained Charade. House Norton had barely 20 gold-ranked knights. Apart from the initial 16, only Pat and Pete had joined their ranks. Even if one was to count Glacia and Sylvia, they had 20, but Lorist would never let his wife take the field, nor, he suspected, would any of the generals. And they could only truly count on Lorist's disciples, Reedy and Shuss. His father, Englich, would not take the field, and Xanthai would only act to protect her adopted daughter. Tarkel's report, Lorist said, dripping a thick stack of paper onto the desk, the old Union has been busy. They've built up their forces and repaired their relationship with what's left of the alliance. They've also been running an intense propaganda campaign against us. We've been painted as the Great Northern Threat, and they've been painted as the South's defender. They are the guardians of civilization and we the barbarians from the north. Charade chuckled. Has it been effective? Can't be sure. They've salvaged their economy, at least. They've also gained permission to recruit in several nations' lands. They've also reformed Wesha and plopped it in Kamot near Titanini. They've set up several new factories there and are pumping out as much equipment as they can. They've even dared to begin using the technology they stole from us. Those shameless bastards. With all the effort they're putting in, they must be betting everything on this one clash. It's clear they can't stay afloat as they are now. If they don't win this with the next clash, they'll crumble. If they do win, however, they'll wipe out most of our forces and cripple us for years. Are you confident? Honestly? No. This could go our way just as easily as not. We cannot pull out, however. We have to fight this. If we withdraw we lose this war, or at the very least we go back to where we were before we sacrificed so many men and all their deaths will have been in vain. I cannot shame my men like that. We have to fight this battle, and we have to win. Besides, it's not like we don't have any tricks cards still up our sleeve. Chapter 536 Approaching Battle. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. 1780 was destined to be a tumultuous year. Senbad's flotilla was attacked on the 3rd of the 4th on their way back from Jigda. Their attackers were a pirate fleet led by what was left of Chikder's ships. They attacked under the cover of night, sneaking up to the fleet and setting fire to as many ships as they could. Only 40 ships were left by sunrise. The remaining 50 were sunk or sinking. Most of the ships were now also undermanned. Senbad slammed his head so hard against the nearest mast he nearly cracked his skull. He chased down the fleet and sunk every ship, then sailed up and down the coast of Chictor's domain and flattened every building, town, and city he could find, as well as every ship, fisher, merchant, or driftwood, flying their flag. His cannons were still bellowing fire over the ocean while Moraunt held the signing ceremony. They signed their Declaration of Independence, thus officially establishing the Free Union. The day was filled with pomp and circumstance. The government made a point of holding a lavish parade to show of their military and declared the day Declaration Day. They claimed Moronti, Folic Plains and all its cities and settlements, Callisto Hills and all its settlements, and Inaba as their territory. Their first act as an established country was to extend formal invitations to all foreign nations, the trade union excluded, to come trade freely in their territory, especially Moronti. The government declared that they'd be a representative parliamentary democracy. The citizens could vote and choose representatives for a national parliament, called the council, which would make the laws and appoint ministers and a premier who would govern the country. Jindas was the current premier. He used his inaugural speech to declare that the Free Union would stand firmly alongside Andanak. Andanak's king had also guaranteed the Union's independence. Moronti's merchants were free to travel to the kingdom and to trade. As long as they respected the regulations, they would be welcome. The new trading guilds rejoiced at the news. Now they could expand northward. They knew the kingdom had been ravaged by war, but it was still a massive market and would only grow in the coming years. Word of the Free Union's founding soon spread to the trade union. Duke, and president of Twin Head Dragon, Coblight made an angry statement about it, declaring the Free Union traitors, along a slur of other swears. The alliance refused to acknowledge the Free Union, and the trade union put out a bounty on everyone in the upper echelons of the Free Union's government. Jindas, as the head of government and the nation, had the highest bounty, 100,000 gold fords. Lorist had no choice but to make Reedy his bodyguard. The Free Union didn't let the trade union's accusations go unanswered. They scrutinized Duke Coblight's arguments in their new newspaper, the Daily Liberty. Their main argument was that their forefathers sacrificed themselves so they could live freely, as equals, not as subjects under nobles, even if said nobles were from the trade union. The trade union, in their estimation, was not what its founders desired it to be. It had become a tyrannical, imperial force that had even become exactly what the founders had rebelled against, an aristocracy. The Free Union, they argued, were not the traitors. They were the ones restoring the ideals, the government, the country the founders had dreamed of when they first founded the Union. The trade union, instead, were the traitors. Lorist joined in the response and declared that he'd kill every one of the guild presidents, now nobles, and their families if any of the Free Union's officials were assassinated. This was the first time any sword saint had proactively declared their support for a nation, their own or otherwise. It shocked the entire alliance. Coblight shot back that the Union was not like Tarabo. The traitors would be captured during the upcoming war, not their killing. They were to be tried and executed properly for their treason. He also hinted at Lorist that making such a bold, proactive, public declaration was unfitting of a sword saint, individuals who were supposed to be aloof to worldly concerns and only acted to protect their own country, and suggested he should reconsider his shameful actions. Lorist responded in the Daily Liberty's next issue. He declared that he was above sophistry. He had made his declaration to protect the integrity of the Union's dream, which was rightly inherited by the Free Union after the trade union betrayed its founders' ideals, and that he would stand by his oath. He soon after sent his 3 women home, each finally pregnant. A few days after their departure, Tarkal reported the windstorm sword saint had completed his recovery. Surprisingly, he'd refused to take the field for the trade union, however. One of Tarkal's top informers had told him the sword saint had turned down their offers and made demands they could not meet. It took several more months for them to finally come to an agreement, and the windstorm sword saint issued a challenge to Lorist. He demanded they fight on the 10th of the 10th. The date surprised Lorist. Was the Union not anxious to chase him and his people out of their ancestral homeland? Why set the date so far in the future? Charade believed it was to give the Sword Saint more time to get back into shape. Lorist didn't really buy it. Everything became clear, however, when the trade union mobilized in the middle of the 8th month. The enemy marched on the plains and blew away. They had the advantage of numbers. 300,000 stood against just 190,000, Free Union included. Their legions are 48,000 strong each. Each of the 7 guilds have sent their strongest forces, and the 8th is made up mostly of Invincible's survivors. Yuri reported. They've split their army in 2. And are moving in 2 groups 5 kilometers apart. They've been countering our scouts quite effectively, so I'm afraid I don't have any more details than that. They've been moving very slowly and deliberately. We won't be able to catch them off guard. They also have a large contingent of siege equipment. We do not have the numbers to face them on the field, so it'd be best to hunker down in Bluewek. Lowe's suggested, we can use the new Union's divisions to harass them as they move and whittle away their numbers. We can strike once they're at their weakest and do what damage we can. It was a decent idea. But Lorist could not agree. He could not fight another protracted war. He needed a decisive victory that would completely incapacitate the old Union. No. We must face them on the field of battle. We must win a decisive victory and end this in one fell swoop. We must wipe their force off the map so we can return home and leave everything to the new Union. But, Your Grace, we do not have the numbers to face them on the field. They outnumber us at every level save that of Sword Saint, Charade interjected. We cannot let the thought of defenses bog us down. We must focus solely on attack. The Rage Bear Knights will arrive in a few days. They bring with them 500 bronze cannons. We will use them alongside our ballista to end this swiftly. They will all die before they reach our lines. Then, when they break, we will run them down like the dogs they are. The knights cheered. Freyar, Jusk, Yuri, Waxima, the 4 of you will move with Jaeger and harass the enemy. Intercept their scouts and informants, but don't face the main force. Strike quickly and precisely only if you can be certain of a quick and safe retreat. Understood. Yes, Your Grace. Els, Ovides, take the Sentry Legion to Bluewek. Charade, tell Jindaz to mobilize his forces to Bluewek as well, the cavalry division in Callisto too. We don't need them for the main battle, but they should gain some experience fighting against the old Union. They'll have to do it on their own in the future, after all. Yes, Your Grace. Tigersaur will stay with me for the time being. We'll escort the Rage Bear Knights and the cannons to the front. Chapter 537 Duel. Lorist was annoyed. He had thought he would have long since returned to the Dominion. He had no interest in the Empire, he was content watching from the sidelines. He didn't even take his upcoming duel seriously. The old man was much weaker than he had thought. He expected his recovery would take 2 years, not 4. The old man's domain was larger than his and he had more experience, but they were only enough to even the playing field. Their last domain clash had dumped both into thick gruel. Neither had full control of their domains. The simplest explanation was that it felt like his inertia had suddenly multiplied, everything felt less willing to begin or stop moving or change direction. The challenge had been a great chance. Despite his injuries, he had won. It seemed their domains only affected the physical body, and techniques that left it, techniques that stayed within his body were completely unaffected. It might even be better for him to fight with fists rather than swords. The fleet returned on the 33rd of the 8th. His 1,000 Rage Bear Knights disembarked awkwardly after a fortnight at sea. Their full number was 3,000, but only the 1,000 silver rankers were considered knights, the remaining 2,000 were iron rankers, squires. Their size did not reduce their cost, however. The 3,000 men in the unit cost Lorist as much as the entire firm rock. With them had come the 500 cannons and 800 catapults and the supplies needed to operate them. Charade had wanted firm rock to come as well, but Lorist didn't see the point. Rage Bear was far more effective and fewer men deployed meant fewer losses suffered, in victory and defeat. Besides, firm rock shone when fighting from defenses, and the whole point of this battle was to avoid fighting from atop battlements and behind palisades. The forces on hand were enough to hold the line, so Rage Bear would be a more worthwhile addition than firm rock. Howard, too, disembarked. His project had finished 2 months earlier. Fort Howard was now North Sea's safe harbor in the south and more than doubled its effective operating range from the homeland. From it, they could now effectively control all but the most southern of coasts, mostly those controlled by the two empires. Most importantly, however, it meant that the fleet was out of commission for far shorter periods while it resupplied. Howard's next duty had been to form 3 new brigades of artillerymen. That he'd finished a month ago. His 3 brigades had come with him and were currently hauling the cannons off the ships. The 100 surviving cannons from the battle with Invincible was now back under their command, so each brigade had 200 cannons. They'd spend a few days near the city, breaking in the new guns, and then leave for Blueweck. Rage Bear took leave for the days the artillery brigades checked the cannons and left together with Lorist and Tigersaur. Military camps dotted the landscape around the city. Banners of every color pigments could make flapped in the wind. The trade union occupied the southern, eastern, and western fringes of the area, whilst the city itself and everything north of it flew Norton and Free Union banners. The trade union's generals had been arguing for 3 days. Duke Coblight walked around with a perpetual headache. The enemy sent a messenger with a letter from Duke Norton the moment they arrived. Duke said he would not be standing aside, nor reserving any force necessary for victory. He challenged them to a battle in front of the city on the 10th of the 10th, the same day he chose for his duel with their sword saint. The heated debate revolved around this letter. Should they accept this? The enemy had not fortified the city at all. They had no retreat plan, no intent on falling back and holding the city if they lost the fight. This could only mean that they were certain of their victory. Half of the commanders were in favor of storming the city before the enemy had time to organize their forces. They outnumbered the enemy 3 to 1, add to that the element of surprise and they had little chance of failure. Why sit around and wait for a month? Why give your enemy the time he so clearly needed to prepare for a confrontation? Was war not also a game of time and organization? He had clearly lost on both fronts, so it was only right to clean him out now. Coblight would have been of the same mind, were the sender of the letter in question anyone else, anyone but the infamously brilliant Duke Norton, anyone other than one of only a handful of sword saints on the entire continent. The Duke had also followed an important ancient custom. He'd declared a date and a place for a battle between their armies. Much like the duel between sword saints, it morally bound them to honor his call. They could ignore it if they wanted, but they would lose what little standing they had in the continent's noble circles, and their standing was shaky enough as it was already. A break of this custom would also give the Duke an excuse to target their upper echelons. Were he someone else, this would not be worth considering, but he was a sword saint, he had the power, he just lacked the excuse. The nobles were not pleased to hear this. This was news to them. Until recently they'd been mere commoners, rich merchants, sure, but still commoners. They'd known nothing of the intricacies of noble custom and etiquette, of the unspoken rules that governed noble life, and most of them had never made the effort to learn once they became peers. But they had their own sword saint, didn't they? If he was dumb enough to barge into their camp with a few hundred, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 of his personal bodyguard, they could just send the Windstorm Sword Saint after him and crush his bodyguard with their own forces. Naturally that fool of a duke had only bothered with noble custom because they had the perfect counter his personal involvement in the war. He was known for his unannounced attacks. Among his many other barbaric tactics, he would have used one of them instead if not for the fact that they had someone that could match him. They now thanked their lucky stars for paying the price to get the Windstorm Sword Saint on their side. Many had thought it a waste, and even those that had supported the idea, thought of it as just obtaining another laurel for their wreaths, something to solidify their position and give them greater legitimacy. No one had thought he would be such a crucial force. Where's the Windstorm Sword Saint? In the nearby city. He's stopped there to meditate and prepare for the duel. He said he'd join us shortly before the date for his due, Duke Schichter answered. Why? Doesn't Duke Norton need to prepare for the duel as well? Why can he lead a legion and come to the front line already, then? If we don't take Blueck now, we'll sweat blood to take it later, clamored a deputy general. He used to be a mercenary, and he didn't understand the frivolous rules nobles had to follow. It was all just pretentious horse's height to him. Stop talking nonsense, Duke Peterson interjected. Duke Norton sent us an official challenge. Such is only issued to nobles. He's acknowledged us as peers, we have to respond according to noble etiquette. We'll be discrediting his acknowledgement and slapping ourselves in the face otherwise. He could then just storm in and kill us as bandits. But don't we have the windstorm sword saint? Isn't he afraid Master Magrut would do the same to his forces? Fool, we'd be the ones who would have broken the rules first. Why would Master Magrut stand up for us? Even if he did, it would be meaningless since we would be dead. Duke Koblight finally hammered the table. Why was it that the trade union's expansionist policy only worked well with the alliance? Why did it fail in the north? Andanak, besides House Norton, was a shell of a country, teetering on the edge of complete collapse. House Norton, and, specifically, its duke, was the only thing keeping them from falling off the cliff. The trade union should thank its lucky stars he was a vassal of a stupid king, and not king himself, otherwise they'd long since have been made corpses. Fuck. We should have gone to the negotiating table, thought Duke Koblight. Unfortunately that was no longer an option. The door to the table closed the moment the Free Union declared independence. They had to win the war or be replaced by that puppet state. If they did not shatter from defeat and become just a collection of duchies and backwater villages, they'd forever exist in the new union's shadow. The tent fell into silence. It lasted several minutes. Duke Koblight's sigh finally broke it. Duke Norton sent that letter as a warning. Look at the date he set for our fight. It's the same as the duel. He's warning us to follow the rules, or he'll come sort us out personally. I expect he'll respect his loss as well and withdraw without complaint, granted to do as he wishes and follow the rules. How are we supposed to stay here for a month? We're bleeding money, someone cried. Gentlemen, let me remind you. We are nobles. You wanted the titles, and now you have it. It's time you started acting the part. Yes, we have to make sacrifices, but his recognition of our status means we can expect the perks that go along with being nobles. Proper treatment if caught, for one. We could ignore the rules when we fought the alliance because we were certain of victory. Things are different this time. There is a serious chance we might lose. If we do after breaking the rules, we'll be hanged. If we do but we followed the rules, you get to keep your heads and go home. If only Master Magrut was here. Duke Koblight laughed bitterly. He is a sword saint, our sword saint, but he is far from reliable. You should not bet on his aid. What? We pay him 1,000,000 gold fords a year. Does he want even more? I won't hide it. Master Magrut originally refused to duel Duke Norton. He only agreed after we made several concessions. Besides many benefits and rewards among which is a province as a fief, he will not fight the Duke to the death. He will only keep him busy and out of the main fight. How dare he be so greedy? We've wasted our money, yelled someone angrily. It was one thing to be an exalted sword saint, but to be both a sword saint and a noble? One title was equal to the other, so a commoner sword saint they could stomach, but a noble sword saint would be their superior. This was unacceptable. We have no choice. We will not win this without him, Peterson interjected. The Big Seven had already made the decision. As long as Duke Norton is out of the picture, we can win this fight. It doesn't matter if he's killed or just occupied, we just need him out of the fight. We outnumber the enemy 3 to 1. A field battle, even if the enemy has time to prepare, is still better for us than a siege where we'd either have to starve them out through the winter, where we'll be sat in cold tents and they in warm houses behind high walls, or storm the walls and suffer heavy casualties. Chapter 538 Day of the Grand Battle. Let not your prowess shine like a candle in the street, for it will burn out quickly. Keep it silent, hidden, and use it sparingly, only when most needed. On the 10th of the 10th, when the sky had just brightened, a horn blared lowly across Folic Plains. One tower of smoke rose after another amidst the camp's forest of tents. A fog rose from the rivers as dawn broke. The men screamed, cursed, and yelled. Metal clashed, horses neighed, and sounds of all kinds mixed together in a chaotic ensemble. The day had come. Duke Coblight woke early, or, more accurately, had yet to sleep. The day's battle would decide both unions' fate. He couldn't afford neglect. Stress weighed on him eternally. He had the advantage in numbers, so he could not understand why the enemy would choose to confront them on the field, in the open, where the terrain offered no advantage to either side. But he knew Duke Norton was no idiot, he would not do this without reason. All the intelligence said House Norton only had 3 legions and a brigade of knights to field. They should number just 150,000 at best. Coblight didn't count the Free Union troops of Wittelian Legion, which King Andanak had sent as reinforcements. They were not worth much and could not change the outcome of the battle. House Norton was his true enemy. However, they had remained in their camp for the whole month. While the higher UPS wouldn't claim they knew the Nortons inside out, they knew their specialties. House Norton had the advantage when it came to ranged weaponry. They used steel ballistae and catapults to break up their opponents' formations before charging in with cavalry. This was how Tigersor had defeated their 100,000 reinforcements in Kenbana with only 40,000. The mere thought of House Norton's ballistae and catapults infuriated Coblight. The Big Six restored Wesha so they could produce House Norton's weapons from the blueprints they'd stolen. It wasn't that Twinhead Dragon didn't want to just abandon them. It couldn't, because the other 5 merchant guilds didn't want to. Their compromise was to reform Wesha. This time, however, each of the guilds owned a 10th of Wesha just like they did Invincible. Despite that, the new guild still disappointed. They had the real ballistae and catapults, but they couldn't forge the same elastic steel. They spent over 500,000 gold forts but the research still failed. They only produced barely functional arms that couldn't compare. Luckily they could counter the enemy's ballistae with shield carts. Only the catapults were trouble. House Norton were experts at combining the 2 weapons in combat. The trade union's forces had brainstormed many countermeasures, but only 2 were reliable. They were the elastic shield carts, and long-armed trebuchets. The elastic shield carts were the result of a spark of inspiration from the carpenters that built the normal shield carts. Normal giant shield carts were mainly used to defend against ballista bolts, so they had to be firm. But that made them useless against rocks. In fact, the harder they were, the easier they broke. One of the carpenters had the bright idea of using bamboo, an elastic material, to support the shields. Not only did it increase its strength, but also made it possible to stop medium rocks. Heavy rocks were still a problem though. With most of the ranged weapons nullified, they could rely on high tiers to eliminate enemy commanding officers and destroy their command infrastructure. They'd crumble soon after. The only problem was that they still had to cover a great distance under fire and casualties were unavoidable. So far, the best way to stop the enemy's catapults was their long-armed trebuchets. They could launch stones up to 30 kilograms 400 meters. They fired slower and couldn't be moved, but they could match the enemy's range and keep them occupied. He did not hope they could defeat the enemy catapults, he just wanted them to divert attention away from his forces as they closed in. The old times were far better. We'd just meet on the field and charge at one another. We might shoot a few volleys of arrows before we engaged in close quarters, but things were nice and simple. House Norton has ruined everything. We can't get close to them normally. We'd just get wiped out as we approached. Even fighting from city walls is little better. They just smash the walls down over a couple of days and storm in. Please enjoy your meal, Your Grace, said his attendant as he served breakfast. Koblight didn't have much of an appetite. He took a few bites and fiddled around with the rest for a few minutes before giving up. Solarson, anything happening on the other side? Solarson was his trusted attendant. The man had been by his side for 20 years. He trusted the man implicitly. No, Your Grace. Apart from the mountain they built 2 days ago, nothing has happened. The scouts said they have started to cook. The enemy built a small mound 5 kilometers from Bluewek, but nothing had happened since. The higher UPS thought they were setting up defensive fortifications, but it didn't really seem like it. Koblight couldn't understand what Duke Norton was thinking. Maybe he wanted to use it to give him a better view of the battle? It certainly couldn't be used for anything else. Some had suggested that he might want to use it to increase his catapult's range, but it wasn't tall enough to make much of a difference. You can have the rest, Koblight said generously. What time is it? Just before 7, Your Grace. Make me a cup of tea and give the signal to sortie. It is time for our grand battle. We must make preparations early. Make sure the troops are in formation in 2 hours. As you wish, Your Grace. Has Master Magrut woken up yet? What's the situation? The Windstorm Sword Saint arrived in with 10 disciples 3 days earlier. After meeting him and the rest, he excused himself and wanted to set up his tent somewhere clean to rest. But where would they find a clean place in a military camp? Koblight had no choice but to have 10 tents taken down and moved to make space for the Sword Saint. He even stationed guards around his tent to stop anyone from disrupting his rest. Master Magrut's disciples are outside. They were just asking for breakfast. We didn't see Master Magrut. We don't know if he's awake. Koblight nodded. Since his disciples are here, Master Magrut will join them soon. Make sure the men are respectful and do whatever he asks. Master Magrut is the key to our victory today. We can't mess things up. I won't forgive anyone who upsets him. Understood. I will make sure everyone is careful. Koblight waited anxiously for their Sword Saint to arrive. His eldest disciple came by near 9. Count Bolide was the Windstorm Sword Saint's eldest disciple, an arrogant bastard. He cared little for merchant wannabe nobles. He conveniently forgot that his own title was defunct along with Kalia, the kingdom that had given it to him. Lord Duke, I am here to get a pass, said Count Bolide. What's going on? Asked Koblight. My master will now leave for the duel grounds. I am here to get a pass to prove my and my fellow disciples' identities so we may attend. Hey? Wasn't Master Magrut going to duel Duke Norton on the battlefield? He's choosing another location, asked Duke Chichter. Bolide shot the Duke a disdainful glare. You think Master is like your subordinates who want to duel in the middle of the battle to show off? Please understand, a duel between 2 Sword Saints is sacred. Only those dedicated to the arts and chosen by the Sword Saints themselves may be witness. Do you really think it's just 2 people swinging swords at each other? If you don't know what's going on, don't mouth off unnecessarily. Master issued the challenge and set the date, so the venue is naturally up to Duke Norton. We came here to get a pass to head to the other side so we can go to the grounds together. But today's the date of our battle. Duke Chichter's embarrassment turned to rage. If the date is so fixed, then fight it. House Norton has 3 centuries behind it. They will not break their promises even if their lord is absent. You go do your battle and Master will duel Duke Norton. Neither has anything to do with the other. These merchants want to come watch the duel just to make sure Master does not slack off. Haha, Lord Bolide, we naturally know this is the day of our battle. We haven't deployed yet was because we were worried we would steal the show. The duel is an eye-catching event. Our battle is nothing but a sideshow. Duke Chichter is waiting with us because he is worried our battle will affect the duel. Since it won't, there's no issue. "Solarson, give the Count my insignia and accompany him," said Koblight as he came to Duke Chichter's rescue. "Thank you, Lord Duke," Bolide replied, turning stiffly and leaving, Solarson jogging to keep up. "All right, gentlemen, it seems we don't have to worry about the duel. Go and get our troops ready. You all know what our plans are, so let us not waste time and breathe reiterating them. Hold ranks, stick to the plan, obey any orders I might give, and fight bravely. By Singwei, this victory will be ours. By Singwei. Victory! Victory!" responded the tent. Horns reverberated across the plains as the trade union's forces set off. House Norton responded in kind. The rumbling of drums jumped in and set the pace as the two forces marched towards one another, each's cloud of dust obscuring the horizon for the other. Bolide, who had just rode out of camp, was shocked to hear the horn and cursed, but nobody heard him. The two armies were only kilometers apart and Bolide and Solarson were held up by a few light cavalry scouts when they were a kilometer away from the Norton camp. After checking their identification, the scouts took their weapons and escorted them to their lord. Bolide dismounted respectfully and gave his greetings before giving a noble salute and explaining his presence. Lorist gazed at the map and picked a few remote locations. This was a duel between sword saints after all, not just anybody could watch. The windstorm sword saint was right about that. In the end, Lorist settled on Lone Peak. Lone Peak was the mountain nearest Bluewek, around 5 kilometers away. Its name came from its isolation. It towered above the gently rolling hills of the region, reaching for the sky, alone. Bolide returned with the location. Fanfare echoed across the gap between the armies as the Union sent their sword saint off. Lorist left his side quietly, followed only by Reedy and Genalio. Koblight breathed a sigh of relief when his scouts reported Lorist's departure. Looking at the murderous Norton soldiers in the distance, he waved and ordered in a deep voice, "Blow the horn. We move as planned. Begin our attack." Chapter 539 Duel of the Sword Saints. "Lord Norton, please head up." "Teacher arrived early," said Bolide with utmost respect as he saluted Lorist. The other disciples spread out and surrounded the mountain. They appeared to be guarding the surroundings so nobody would interrupt the duel. Lorist nodded. He turned to Reedy and Genalio. "Stay here, or go back if you want." Reedy glanced at Bolide. "We'll wait here, teacher. We pray for your victory." Lorist waved them off and dismounted before climbing the mountains. This mountain had no path to the peak. The lower half had some greenery, mainly shrubs and grass, but the upper half was bare. It stood far from the coast and there were little in the way of prevailing winds, so no moisture was blown up it to wet the top. Only the hardiest of plants broke rock here and there. The peak was a single, solid mass of grey rock. Lorist kicked up from a hole in the mountain and impaled a ledge with his sword before flipping off and ascending further. He peaked several flips later. The top was leveled, about 100 meters square. A few hairline cracks danced like lightning in the shifting light, but the surface was stable. A few boulders lay on this surface, but not enough to severely hinder movement. Lorist wondered where his opponent was. Had he not come early? Wind suddenly rose from behind him, lifting his cape and making it flap about aimlessly. He turned around and saw the battlefield stretched out from the bottom of the mountain to Bluewek. The two sides, like two blobs, covered two sides of the flatlands below. He felt like he should hear horns blaring and officers barking orders, but the sounds were long washed out by the time the wind reached him. As he perked his ears to see if he could hear any lingering noise of the war beneath, he heard a gentle flutter behind him. He turned his gaze and saw the old sword saint lumbering his way up the last couple of meters of slope. His face was slightly flush and his breathing heavier than would be expected of a sword saint. "When you are as old as me, your bones don't hold up as well as they used to. Apologies for showing you such a sight, Your Grace," the old man said shamelessly, bowing slightly. "Greetings Duke Norton. I am grateful for your acceptance." Looks like this old man won't have to lose face. How odd. What was the old man up to? Why was he being so polite? Was he not an arrogant fool? Lorist opened his mouth to speak, but the old man's name escaped him. That Count Kriswatsisnam introduced him as Master Ma something ut. He couldn't be bothered to trawl the name up from his memory. Can we get going? He snapped, unsheathing his sword. The sooner he could finish, the sooner he could return to the battlefield. He was anxious. His plans were thorough, but he could not afford to be absent if something untoward happened. The old man just shrugged and sat down. No rush. Let's rest for a bit. I'm old. I'm not nearly as energetic as you. You can at least give this old man some time to catch his breath, can't you? Lorist stared at the old man, speechless. What the hell? Is this his house? He even dares sit down. He's not worried I'll strike him like this at all. Then again, they were 15 meters apart. Even if he dashed at full speed, the old man would still have enough time to react. Whatever, just rest if you need it so badly. There's no point in rushing. Shoved his sword into the stone and returned his attention to the battlefield. From this vantage point, Phallic Plains looked like a large chessboard, but the Union occupied 2/3 of it. Little squares of men checkered the landscape all the way to the horizon. The squares closest to his forces had been whittled down and were just small, scattered dots. He could just barely make out clumps where large numbers of men had died together, and a few pebble-like dots sat scattered between them, probably shield carts of one kind or another. You seem rather confident in your forces. Is that why you are fighting the battle on the same day as our duel? Where do you get that confidence? The Union is advancing very well. Your men are well trained, but they're completely outnumbered. Had enough rest? Then let's fight. Anxious to get to join the battle. Lorist didn't answer, but his face betrayed him. The old sword saint chortled. Freen Lord Norton. It's true I challenged you to a duel, but the truth is I don't want to fight you. Then why'd you challenge me? The old man tapped the rock beside him. Do you know why I thanked you for accepting? Lorist shook his head. Since you asked for a beating, I'll give you one. I was having trouble finding you, but now you've come to me. I should be the thankful one. With you out of the picture, the Union will crumble. Why would I not grab such a chance? You haven't been a sword saint for long, so you probably don't know much about our way of doing things. But you'll learn in good time. What does that have to do with our duel? Weren't we both heavily injured in our last fight? You challenged me after you recovered because you want to get payback, right? I didn't get enough in our last fight, so I want to fight you again. The old man burst into a short bout of laughter. I didn't issue the challenge with the intention to fight. I know taking you on will be torturous and I'll probably be just as badly injured as before. My old bones can't take it anymore. Everyone knows about our last fight. If I didn't challenge you, they'd think I was afraid of you and I'd lose most of the respect and reputation I've earned. I had to challenge you to preserve my honor. I'm a sword saint, one of just a handful on the continent. We have transcended the ruling classes. Nobody dares offend us. Even in wars we don't have to fight. We prefer it that way since we'd rather not fight and kill one another. There are few enough of us already, no need to lower that number ourselves. We don't care which of us is considered the strongest. I doubt anyone would have a problem with you being put at the top of our rankings. You're welcome to it. You're a noble as well as a sword saint, the rest of us are commoners. We may have high statuses, but they're symbolic only. We have no real power. We're seen as these sages, divorced of the mundane world, our only pursuit perfection of our cultivation. We are respected and stand equal even to kings and emperors in the eyes of the people, but we have no authority. We only fight to preserve our reputation so we can hold on to what little freedom and influence we have. That's why I challenged you. Challenges are usually accepted as easily as this one. Most of the time a lot of conditions are negotiated first. We don't face each other often as a result. Most fights are spars between friendly sword saints. I am grateful that you accepted my challenge without a fuss. I will repay this favor. Lorist finally understood what was going on. The sword saint wanted to put up a facade of a duel for the rest of the world to preserve his honor, but in reality he just wanted to chat. Even if he returned without a scratch, he could claim to have fought Lorist to a draw. It was far better than having to escape injury-ridden. And, given his status, there would be no need to try so hard on behalf of the Union, anyway. Lorist was different. Like the old man had said, Lorist was a noble as well as a sword saint. He had a domain and millions of people depending on him. He could not sit by like a detached bystander and just watch the fight play out either way. He had to make sure his forces won. He prepared to leave. Let's not be hasty now, the old man hastened to stop him. Lorist frowned and clutched his sword. You want to stop me? You're a sword saint. Why bother with such petty things? We must not be too involved in the world of mortals. Even if you're a duke, you can't lead every charge, can you? You must be confident in your forces being able to win in your absence, otherwise you wouldn't have set the battle on the same day as our duel. Why not watch it from here? We might be powerful, but sword saints can't single-handedly change the outcomes of battles such as these. Did you make a deal with the Union concerning me? The old man nodded shamelessly. I cannot let you take part in the battle, so I cannot let you descend the mountain until the battle is over. Besides, a duel between sword saints cannot end this quickly. No one will believe we've fought. Oh really? Lorist's glare froze. Do you really think you can keep me here? I admit I'm not your match. But stopping you from leaving is not the same as winning the fight. I have several strategies to lock you down on this peak even if I can't win. I'd prefer not to have to fight you, however. There's no point in us being enemies. So what did they promise you? The Duchy of Wallenya. Well, they didn't offer it to me, I demanded it. It's one of the smaller duchies south of the Union, near Jigda. It used to be a protectorate of Kalia. It's about the same size as one of your empire's provinces. Are you sure the Union will really give it to you? They won't dare lie to a sword saint. As long as I keep you here until the battle ends and I'm not badly injured, they'll give it to me. They'd like nothing more than for the two of us to fight one another until we're just barely still alive. Hey, old man, Lorist interjected, even if you get Wallenya, aren't you afraid the sword saints from the Roman and Kaistan will come after you? I heard they chased you out of Kalia by working together. Lorist suddenly felt a desire to gossip. He had nothing better to do up here, so why not? Hee. Kalia wasn't ruined because I was chased out of the kingdom. It was ruined because I and the king had irreconcilable differences. I would have liked to kill the old bastard, but I couldn't if I wanted to preserve my reputation, so for years I'd just sequestered myself away and ignored the king. The two empires didn't dare make a move as long as I was in the kingdom, though. One day I received a letter from the two empires' sword saints saying they'd been asked to work together to chase me out of the kingdom or kill me so the two empires could split it up. It was the perfect excuse to get out, so I played along and pretended to be chased out of the kingdom by the two after a serious fight. Being a sword saint comes with a lot of annoying shackles. I realized when I first came across you and learned you were both a sword saint and a noble that I can only really be free if I am both a noble and a sword saint. So I demanded land and a title in exchange for keeping you out of the fight. A loud, sky-shattering rumble burst up the mountain from the lands below. A line of smoke rose up from Lorist's forces, and towers of smoke rose from semi-random positions on the Union's side. Their formations instantly crumbled. Soon after a soft blur of cries and wails clawed its way through the air to the peak. Lorist finally breathed again and sat down. Don't you still want to go back to the battlefield? The battle's over. The Union lost. I don't need to go back in a hurry anymore. How? The old man jumped up and stared at the battlefield. Smoke covered most of it, but he could just make out the Union's side retreating like ants on a table after someone hit it. The enemy side's formation was also breaking up like a flood as it rushed over the battlefield, chasing the retreating Union. "Gah!" cried the old man suddenly. He drew his sword and slashed the rock closest to him. "The heck are you up to?" asked Lorist. "Quick, help me! Leave a few sword marks on the rocks over there. This is the sacred ground of a sword saint duel. We must leave some signs of the intense battle. You take that side, I'll take this one, we can swap once we're done." Chapter 540 Grand Victory. Trust nothing you read in the history books, and even less if they're old ones. Lorist descended from the mountain, his face covered in soot. His clothes were stained with mud and somewhat torn. Even his short cloak was torn in half. Each flapped like a flag behind him. "Your Grace!" "Teacher!" Lorist smiled when he saw his two disciples. Their cries made him feel guilty. But, thinking back to what the Windstorm Sword Saint had said, there really was no reason for two people without any real grudges to fight each other to the death. The old man had said it crudely, but it made sense. Lorist's forces had won, so he had no reason to rush back. The Windstorm Sword Saint also didn't have to tire himself out by holding him on the mountain. Everyone could part on good terms. Lorist would have free reign in the north and the two would have nothing to do with one another in the future. They might even become friends in time. The only thing Lorist didn't like was having to decorate their dueling grounds. It was even more tiring than actually fighting. The practiced manner in which the old man went about his decorating also called into question the stories about all the previous confrontations between sword saints. How many had been honest fights, and how many were just decorations? No one had ever imagined that sword saints, so venerated by the world, would just sit side by side on mountaintops talking about trifles as hundreds of thousands fought to the death beneath. He nearly broke out in a rage when the old man said they also had to look the part. "You can see how epic our fight must have been. Look at that boulder. It's cut in half. How can we walk out untouched by dust or dirt? Wouldn't that rouse their suspicions?" He didn't wait for Lorist to respond. He immediately cut his clothes into thin strips and covered himself in dust. Lorist was quite impressed with the old man's fashion sense. It was centuries ahead of its time. He had little choice once he started, so he joined in. Soon both were nearly half-naked under strips of cloth completely unassociable with the clothes they had worn when they ascended the mountain. Reedy and Janalio rushed over excitedly. They breathed a sigh of relief once certain their master had not been seriously injured. "Did teacher win?" Bolide was pale and trembling. He clearly though his master had lost. The fight had lasted some time and the fact that his master had not returned when his opponent had said everything. Lorist shook his head. "We drawed. We fought for a while but stopped when we realized neither of us could win without taking serious risks. I just came down first." Bolide's face immediately regained some semblance of color. "Where is master? Is he injured? Forgive my rudeness. I am just worried for master." Lorist smiled. "Your teacher is fine. He said he gained some insight from our fight and wants to meditate on it for a while. He'll come down once he's ready." That old guy had stubbornly insisted on Lorist saying this to his disciples. His disciples would go up to see what had happened and would come across their carefully prepared stage. He'd recount the grand battle and word would spread to the world from there. "Thank you, Duke Norton," said Bolide before he called two other disciples and rushed up the mountain. "Let's go back." Lorist mounted his horse. Janalio handed his cloak to him. "Teacher, was the Windstorm Sword Saint strong?" asked Reedy as they rode. "No," Lorist said with a bitter smile, "he's not very strong, but he's as slippery as an eel. He couldn't hurt me because I am too strong, but I couldn't hurt him because I couldn't corner him to land a strike." Such was the truth. The two had clashed with their domains to determine the most believable lie to tell. Though the old man was sly and lazy, his cultivation was the real deal. His windstorm domain spread out for 25 meters. Within it, stones flew and wind morphed into blades. Lorist's slaughter domain, on the other hand, was like a physical manifestation of murderous intent. Everything inside was crimson and even the bravest turned into cowards. Its range, however, was a paltry 15 meters. It was a great improvement on what it had been when last the two had fought, however. The old man had been very impressed when he saw it. Lorist had gained something from their agreement. Magrut had shared a lot of what he knew about the world of sword saints with his younger protege, such as what exactly domains were and how they worked. Lorist learned that sword saints were divided into 3 classes, or stages, based on the size of their domain. First stage sword saints had domains less than 30 meters but greater than 10 meters in radius. Anything less than that was a demi-sword saint, not to be confused with a quasi-sword saint, however. Quasi-sword saints couldn't manifest a domain at all, but were far more powerful than blade masters, whilst demi-sword saints could manifest domains, though unstable, of short duration, and less than 10 meters in radius. First stage sword saints moved into the second stage when their domains crossed the 30-meter mark, and the third stage when they crossed the 50-meter mark. Of all the sword saints still living, only one, the fire sword saint, was in the third stage. Everyone else was still in the first stage. Roman and Khoistan's sword saints were comparable to Magrut. The fire sword saint was the last surviving sword saint from the previous generation, which was why he had such a large domain. The years of chaos of the last century and a half had prevented many new sword saints from rising. Most of the current sword saints were of roughly the same age. Lorist was in the trailing end of the current generation, quite possibly its last as well. The fire sword saint was an incredible 260 years old, and few thought he could hold out much longer, if he were even still alive. It had been years since he was last seen. Domains were also based on the fundamental attributes of their user's battle force. Magrut's was of the rare wind attribute. The fire sword saint's was fire. His domain felt like an oven. When he exerted its full strength, he could even make bushes and grass burst into fire. Roman's sword saint had a wood attribute domain. Plants grew wildly within it. Khoistan's sword saint had an earth attribute. It was great for defense and for limiting the enemy's movement by constantly changing the landscape within. Lorist's was apparently the weirdest of all. Magrut had sparred with most of the known sword saints, but he'd never encountered something like this. He'd especially never felt the kind of sludging effect he did when his domain clashed with Lorist's. Usually their domains would overlap and their effect would manifest side by side. It was unheard of for the two domains to suppress each other and to instead slow down the sword saints inside like they were fighting in a thick sludge. As Lorist approached Bluewek, he encountered more and more scattered Union soldiers. Apart from some blind fools who tried to rob them of their war horses, Lorist didn't go out of his way to chase the small fry soldiers down. He had to accept some of the points the windstorm sword saint made. As a sword saint, he should carry the kind of grace a sword saint should have. Troubling a small soldier was beneath his status of a sword saint. Come to think of it, the old guy was like mortal this and mortal that. He doesn't even acknowledge their existence as individuals at all. Maybe he even considers himself as some sort of god. Now, Lorist finally understood why the windstorm sword saint seemed so arrogant when he tried to abduct Auguslo and the other nobles years ago. The old guy had been put on the high pedestal for far too long and started growing prideful. Had it not been for Lorist's own status as a sword saint, the old man wouldn't even have bothered with him. To the windstorm sword saint, anyone who wasn't a sword saint was not so different from little ants on the ground. Only by becoming a sword saint would one be acknowledged as an equal by the old man. It was no wonder he was so casual and loose-lipped about how sleazy he was and how he tricked the trade union for his own benefits. Whatever, there's no sense in fussing with that old guy. I'll just do what he wants this time. He should be going to claim Wayland as his dominion from the trade union later and probably wouldn't have anything to do with me in the future. Lorist only felt pity for the trade union. Not only did they suffer a crippling loss on the battlefield, it was also quite obvious that the Windstorm Sword Saint would no longer move according to the merchant's beck and call after he got Wayland. Whether he would still be in their employ was still unknown. That old man seemed like he was going to isolate himself after he got his dominion, and nobody would be willing to invade the dominion of a sword saint. It was no different from forming an irreconcilable grudge. A group of sentries were bringing some Free Union soldiers along to chase down the retreating trade union troops. Upon seeing Lorist and the other two, they raised their weapons up high and called out their victory cry. The cheer soon spread all over the battlefield. A few Norton knights rushed over and Lorist waved them away to resume their assignment instead of escorting him. He would arrive at Bluewick soon, anyway. Charade received a report that the premier of the Free Union, Jindas, was waiting to welcome Lorist back at the citadel gates. The others had followed the rest to take as many captives as they could. Since the Free Union had settled on developing the rural Callisto Hills, they would be investing around 1 to 2 million gold fords annually into the projects, and the most crucial thing that they currently lacked was cheap labor. This was a great chance to fill up that gap. Since Lorist was able to return unscathed from a Sword Saint duel, he hadn't suffered any losses or conveniences. Charade didn't really care about it after being told that it was a draw and started telling Lorist about the success they'd had with the battle. He had observed the battle from the beginning to its very end. Had it not been for the fact that others were worried about his lackluster swordsmanship and asked him to stay behind, Charade might have raised his sword and charged into the pursuit in the heat of excitement. According to Charade, the trade union blew the horn for the battle to begin less than 15 minutes after Lorist left with Janalio and Reedy. Everyone knew why they were so desperate to start. The trade union showed their might in the form of multiple formations spread across the plains, and they applied huge pressure against the Norton forces, Wittelian Legion, and the defense divisions of the Free Union, which even saw some tens of soldiers desert. The unit that launched the attack first was the trade union's so-called Vengeance Legion that was formed mostly from inner-city citizens, surrendered garrison members and Invincible Fleet members, as well as some sailors. They hated how their wealth was scoured clean by House Norton when they were kept in the captive camps, and hated the Nortons to the bone. They were willing to become cannon fodder than retreat. They were the ones who pushed the gigantic wooden shield carts that counteracted the ballista attacks. Some of those carts even managed to weather strikes from catapult projectiles outside the range of 200 meters. Most rocks weighing below 30 kilograms didn't have any effect on those carts. Only when projectiles weighing above 50 or so kilograms would crush the shield carts and cause some damage. That was how Vengeance Legion managed to approach the Norton formations and put up a short-lived assault. But they were eventually beaten after a few exchanges. Perhaps because the success of the Vengeance Legion, the higher UPS of the trade union were encouraged, and they instantly threw half of their forces into the fray. Near 100,000 people marched in multiple square formations and launched their heavy assault. They weathered the ranged weaponry of the Nortons using those gigantic wooden shield carts of theirs and made their approach. Behind the square formations were nearly 100 long-armed trebuchets that were also gradually being moved to the front of the battlefield. The Norton commanding officers didn't give much heed to those trebuchets and thought that their firing range only measured to be around 300 meters like their own catapults. They didn't think that those trebuchets would be set down when they were still over 400 meters away before they were used to launch rocks weighing around 30 kilograms to the Norton ranks. That caused the unprepared Norton units a few hundred casualties and nearly crumbled the units. Ovides, who was commanding the catapult units, could only order his catapults to return fire. The worst part of that was that the enemy trebuchets were defended by those shield carts, and most lighter projectiles didn't have any effect unless they struck the trebuchets directly. So, Howard instructed Ovides to pack some gunpowder along with those projectiles and ordered the 600-plus cannons and their operators to get ready to fire. At that time, the trade union formations were less than 100 meters away from the Norton forces and would soon go in on an all-out attack to break through the Norton formation. When the Union forces 100,000+ soldiers finally began their final charge towards the Norton lines, what awaited them were countless thundering booms, whooshing cannonballs, and endless tragedy. The Norton forces had completely swept the enemy forces clean, instantly creating rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Soldiers from the Union and Norton ranks both vomited from the grotesque and cruelly stimulating sight. It was then when the gunpowder-packed projectiles flung by the catapults detonated at the enemy's rear lines. Smoke and fire spread all over the enemy ranks. The trebuchets and shield carts crumbled indiscriminately in the face of exploding gunpowder. Never would the trade union ever imagine that the Nortons had that trick up their sleeves. The remaining square formations of the trade union near the front of the battlefield crumbled almost right away, and some other soldiers at the back were greatly unsettled. Fierce Tiger Lows and Freyar grabbed the opening to blow the horn for Tigersor and Jaeger to flank the enemy at that instant. Howard and Ovides on the other hand led the cannon and catapult brigades forward to deal more suppression fire and to continue flinging more gunpowder bags to the rear camp of the trade union. Terman on the other hand mounted a frontal charge against the enemies. Els also led the Sentry Legion, Wittelian Legion, and the Free Union's defense divisions to suppress the enemy. The result was simple. The trade union forces had been completely decimated. The repeated blows from the Norton forces completely crushed the merchant guild's legions. Their soldiers escaped in all directions chaotically. The Norton troops thus dove into a delightful frenzy of pursuit and capture. Chapter 541 After the Battle. Never trust the history books. They are written by the victor, and no man will make himself the devil and his enemy an angel in a story he gets to tell. On the 10th of the 10th, year 1780, the new Sword Saint and Duke of the Northlands, Norton Lorist, headed for Lone Peak to face Windstorm Sword Saint Magrut in single combat. There were no spectators, but the clefts in the rock and the rebel left behind bared witness to their engagement. The Duke's forces drove the trade union off the field during the fight as well. The Duke didn't even take a look at the battlefield after the fight. He just headed to Bluewick to rest. Magrut, while having not lost badly, was very exhausted and chose to remain on the peak for some time. He later revealed to his disciples that he'd gained a great insight during their battle and had wanted to meditate on it in the midst of their arena. The fight won him back the face he had lost during their last confrontation, and he praised the Duke's swordsmanship for years thereafter. Extract from the Chronicles of Grindia. The battle was a complete rout. House Norton was the undisputed victor. It was a historic battle for more than one reason. Not only was it the final nail in the Ford Trade Union's coffin, but it was also the first land battle where firearms played a decisive role. The Union outnumbered House Norton just under 2-1, but they were complete routed once their enemy opened fire with their cannons. It was not that their tactics were completely incorrect, at least not based on what they knew about the enemy. They were quite effective against House Norton's conventional troops. They had never thought of the enemy suddenly using cannons, however. Many of the battle's survivors described the moment like suddenly finding oneself in the middle of a thunderstorm, like waking up in the midst of a cyclone, like coming across the end of times. The more religiously inclined said they were weapons that unleashed the devil himself, a blasphemy, a heresy against the gods. You would notice a slight smudge in the sky tearing towards you, then suddenly be blinded by a bright sun flaring into existence right in front of you. If it was far enough away, which was far indeed, you'd survive past the flash to hear a thunderous roar like a dragon complaining about being rudely awoken. Once your vision returned, your hearing would often be gone for several minutes after the explosion. Some never got their hearing back for the whole battle, a new explosion taking it away before it's even come back from the last one. You'd be confronted by a blurry world spattered with little black or dark grey dots, and your nose would be assaulted by an otherworldly stench. Actually, it was not just one stench. One part of it was completely unrecognizable. One man who lived near a volcano described it as similar to what the world would smell like after it erupted. The other part was a sickly sweet stench of burning human flesh. Many of the survivors looked like corpses themselves, collapsed into catatonia at the hell around them. The explosive shells eradicated the long-armed trebuchets and shield carts all the same. To the 1,000-man formations, it was as if they had lost the safe space in which they could hide. If they remained, only being blasted away awaited them. The men, most of whom had sworn never to back down quickly, fell apart. It was a humongous failure. This was the Union's greatest loss to date. Most of their casualties were amongst their elite units at the front of their formation. They lost 70,000 to death, and 200,000 to the enemy. The most bleeding loss, however, was the 14 blade masters and just over 100 gold rankers that fell with the cannon's first volley. They had bet everything on this engagement. If they won, they would have won everything, but in defeat, they had now lost everything. Their other losses could be recouped in a couple of years, too, if they tried really hard, but blade masters took decades to make, and the success rate was very low. The loss was even worse because in Moronti they'd lost the infrastructure, the academies, necessary to train them. Howard scattered the cannon fire. He had a quarter of the cannon's fire at a time, this way he could shorten the time between volleys by 3/4, and the cannons could more effectively use their shots by adjusting to his areas unaffected by the last volley. The first round of volley thus disintegrated several tens of thousands of enemies. They could not make an accurate estimate of the kills because there were no corpses left, just a field of small chips of flesh and bone. The battle's name quickly became known as the Cry of the Cannons. It marked the beginning of 300 years of espionage. Every nation, every king, every noble, every merchant tried to steal the designs from House Norton, especially his gunpowder recipe. The funny thing is, they succeeded in less than 2 decades, but dismissed the recipe because they thought it was too simple and it got lost again amidst all the other fake ones. In his twilight years, Duke Koblight acceded to his granddaughter's pleas and wrote his memoirs of the campaign and its aftermath. In it he made clear that this particular battle was the death knell for the Union. It still had a chance to recover until the first cannons fired. From that moment on, its fate was sealed. The commanders were so shocked by their loss that they became dumb. They believed their tactics were sound and blamed everything on Duke Koblight's impatience and anxiety on the morning of the battle. The target of their ire, however, argued that they had little choice. They had little hope of their sword saint winning the fight against the enemy Duke, and once the fight there was over, the Duke would rush to the battlefield and their chance at victory would be lost. They had to win the battle before the fight ended. He believed the root of their loss lay in his and his fellow commanders' acceptance of the Duke's suggestion that they fight on the same day as the duel. It meant that they had to stay on the field for a month longer than they had planned, which brought down their troops' morale and gave the enemy the time they needed to prepare their cannons. If they'd attacked as planned, the enemy would have been ill-prepared and they would have lost. He did, however, admit his fault in not thinking about the enemy's cannons. They knew they possessed land-based cannons from the time they infiltrated the Norton homeland and stole their weaponry designs. They had become complacent because they had never featured in the battles since, other than at sea, and had completely forgotten about them by the time of the big final battle. Since the land-based cannons never featured again, and since the defeat on sea was such a massive blow to the men's confidence, he believed they had exaggerated the power of the cannons to soothe their egos. And had this discounted them as a possible factor in the battle. Such recitations were matters of the future, however. In the present, Lorist had just returned to Bryn Hills. He had left dealing with the aftermath of the battle to his subordinates. Lowes was chasing down the enemy and plundering the trade union's remaining territories. Karate and Dulles were working with the Free Union to deal with their captives, some 200,000. Their allies' forces were eager to guard the captives. They were moved to the middle of nowhere on the plains where they were made to build large concentration camps where they would stay for the winter. Els was sorting out the loot he'd taken from the enemy camps and cleaning up the battlefield. Howard was leading one of his brigades to Movlin to help out Jaeger and Witt-Ellion while they cleaned the place out. Witt-Ellion specifically was determined to bring back good loot to give to their king as a gift during his crowning ceremony. The forces faced little resistance, partially because most of the men were either dead on the battlefield or in the concentration camps, and because what few were still at home, were either too few to fight back, or were scared shitless by what they'd heard from the escaped survivors. The legions returned with bounty aplenty, leaving empty wasteland in their wake, devoid of even people. They were all either killed or dragged back as prisoners. House Norton returned much later than originally planned. They marched into Moronti a few days after 1781's rainy season began. Lorist had no need for more subjects, and certainly no desire for any of his subjects to be old Unio knights, so he dumped all but the missed high-ranking captive on the Free Union. He had Ragebear bring them to his manor. Duke Peterson, the unfortunate old clout, was an old acquaintance of Lorist's. An explosive shell had detonated almost right next to him. Luckily the shot had gone off behind a nearby mounted soldier. The mountain man absorbed most of the shrapnel, so the Duke had escaped mostly unharmed. The blast had burst his eardrums, however, so he could currently not hear very well and walked around with a constant headache, and had knocked him from his horse, the fall knocking him out. His attendants rushed to his side, but by the time they had prepared a stretcher, they, their Duke included, were captured. The old man accepted a cup of milk leaf Max Genalio offered. The young man had come up with the drink himself. The leaves of a bush native to the plains was dried, then soaked in milk before being added to a cup of Max. It had a rich aroma and a creamy taste the Duke had never come across before. Genalio had proudly presented it to Reedy, who quickly spread it to the other servants. It would just a few years before the drink became popular all over the continent, and the leaves from which it was made a staple of Free Union exports. The Duke only played with the odd-looking liquid absent-mindedly, however. His gaze was fixed to his captor host, Lorist. If only he had not broken ties with the man. He had first heard of him when he was still just a no-name instructor at Dawn Academy. Now, however, he stood on 3 of several mountain peaks on the continent. First, he was a noble as close to the top as a vassal could get. Second, he was one of the most powerful fighters in the world, and third, he stood at the head of one of the most powerful families and militaries and economies on the continent. Lorist briefly talked about the good old days when the two had been friendly acquaintances and business partners before moving on to business. He told the Duke that the trade union had best surrender. There was no winning this war anymore, no drawing either. They had only 2 options: either continue on stubbornly and watch as their castles and cities were burnt one by one before they and their families were hanged, or surrender now and preserve what little dignity they had left, perhaps even keep their independence. The bastard dared to say that he wanted to bring peace to the countries as fast as possible. As if his men were not raping and plundering their way through the lands as he ran his disgusting mouth. Chapter 542, Year 1781. The icicles dangling from the roof's edge dripped continuously. Today was the 15th of the 2nd of 1781, the time of snow melt. Somewhat rarely, the sun hung visible in the sky. Morantian housewives busily hung their washing outside to dry. Sigh, I wish we had cotton. Lorist suddenly missed the smell of freshly dried cotton. Most of Grindia's textiles were linen or hemp-based, or made from animal fur. Winter clothing, especially, was very animal-based. The 400,000 furs brought here a few months earlier had been sold in just a fortnight. The buyers changed everything they bought to fit their tastes. They could afford to waste material on such aesthetic alterations because the furs came cheap, very, very cheap. Thanks to the new clothes, the city had its busiest winter in years. Protected from the cold, everyone was out and about and busy being industrious. In winters past most would have stayed indoors for the whole 3 months of the season, but this time the streets were only empty in the night's darkest hours. This is the Moronti I remember, thought Lorist. He'd gotten to know the city during its 2-decade golden age. It had been a merry and prosperous place, the most so on the continent. This was the true Moronti in his mind, not the husk he had found when he occupied it. Granted, he'd been at least partially responsible for that sorry state of affairs. Charade's voice danced down the garden from main gate. "Where's His Grace?" Over there enjoying the scenery. Clear footsteps soon rung over the gravel pathway. What's up? Lorist asked, his eyes fixed on the scenery in the valley below. Tigersaur and Jaeger have returned. They a few men too many. Jindoz is furious. He's filed a complaint. How many? 700,000, at least. This was not a few. This was an entire province worth's people. Had they at least left the dead in their graves, or had they exhumed their corpses and brought them along as well? No wonder Jindoz was mad. How on earth was he going to settle so many? Especially with the rainy season just around the corner. Nonsense! Even Lorist was speechless. How irresponsible! Did they not think at all? They had just sent everyone they came across back to the Free Union. They hadn't, not even for one moment, stopped to think whether the Free Union could actually deal with them. You damn well better have a solution to this. Maybe we can send them to other places? We can send half to Yunch Chandler, it still needs people. Shadecamp wrote about working on Egret Swamp for more farmland, so they can do some farming. These have only been part of the old Union for a few years, they've not been indoctrinated to value freedom and equality yet, so they can still be worth something. We can leave the rest here with the new Union, they should have enough resources to deal with them. What about Jindoz? His biggest complaint is with the trouble the resettlers are causing. No one in the government is prepared to handle so many people, every penny's already been invested in building up Callisto Hills and Inaba. We'd initially thought there'd still be a few more years of war after our battle, so we'd dissuaded them from moving there first. That no longer the case, however. They can now start thinking about developing the plains. Jindoz wants us to give them resources and supplies to help with feeding the captives. Only crying babies get candy. Charade's answer made Lorist chuckle. News of the trade union's invasion had spread to Moronti in the 9th month the previous year and caused quite a bit of chaos. The last couple of years of ill governance had not erased 2 centuries of good rule. Many people still felt some loyalty towards the trade union and decried the foundation of the Free Union a betrayal of the founding ideals and everyone who supported the new government a traitor. No one, however, regardless of which side they took, was happy to see Lorist's forces leave. When they returned triumphant, though, they returned to 2 halves of the city ecstatic with cheer, and the remaining third mourning the death of the continent's only moral country. This turn of events was most surprising. They'd started out their time of tenure in the city as the devil himself. As demons and vile monsters from the underworld who drenched the city in blood and wanted nothing but to slaughter everything and everyone within its walls, but had now become its liberators, angels descended from heaven to protect, guard, and benevolently watch over the people like a big brother or doting uncle. A few young maidens had even begun husband hunting near the camps. Before the war, Lorist and his commanders had played a major part in forming the new government. But the execution of its policies was sluggish. Though the city market had returned to the right path, the people were still hesitant to invest their savings for fear of something bringing it down again. The government pushed many policies and prepared to invest in the Callisto's development, but the city's residents had responded with lackluster enthusiasm. With the battle now over, however, and their future bright and secure, people were beginning to move. It was only natural for Jindoz to complain. The raids of the Norton forces that produced so many refugees only added to the Free Union's list of troubles. The government had no leeway to deal with the captives, neither in manpower nor in finances. How much wealth did Freyar and Los plunder? Asked Lorist. The 5 border provinces have been cleaned out. 10 million gold in all, not including the portion given to Wittelian or perishables. Spiel was planning to auction those things off in the city. Lorist shook his head. Take charge of settling the people and once the rainy season ends. You can pick out a few promising and capable ones and send them to Yunch Chandler, but the rest stay. Take the supplies necessary from our spoils. The Free Union doesn't have the foundation we do, it cannot settle so many people on its own. Use Tigersaur and Jaeger as labor, they have to clean up their mess themselves. Leave Spiel in charge of the rest of the supplies. Understood. I will send Howard to help you. Thank you, Your Grace, said Charade, relieved. If he had had to deal with all 700,000 captives himself, he'd have collapsed from exhaustion. They were nothing like the people he'd dealt with back north. They had no respect for his lord's forces. The rest of the year passed peacefully. The trade union focused its efforts on licking its wounds and feeling sorry for itself. No big factions went to war either. Peace reigned on Grindia. Peace, however, did not mean quiet. Folic Plains was like a termite mound. It teemed chaotically. Lowe's finally regretted going overboard. His head was in constant pain these days, ever since he had received the order to move some of the captives to Yunj Chandler. He tried many excuses to get out of the responsibility, all of which failed. But he finally brought up wanting to break through to become a blade master, at which Lorist allowed him to recuse himself, but demanded he break through before he show his face again. His punishment this passed to Messon and Dulles. Sylvia wrote to Lorist in the 7th month to inform him of Fenazli's successful birth of a girl. Sylvia and Daisy were due in 3 more months as well. She even demanded Lorist go back and join her for the birth. Auguslo wrote Lorist soon after. He congratulated Lorist on his victory about a year earlier and asked about the possibility of getting some cannons for his army. Lorist wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Talk about a belated congratulations, but that was the limitations of this world's technology. News traveled slowly here, even letters meant for a single destination took months to travel between 2 points with a significant portion of the continent between them. Even travel by sea, currently the fastest was to go, took months to cover some of the longer routes. A trip from Moronti to North Sea was 2 months long, for example. Lorist would have none of the king's fancy, however. He said in as few words as he could, that it was impossible. The guns were just hunks of iron on their own. They needed gunpowder to propel their projectiles, and this one battle alone had used up all the gunpowder Lorist had produced over several years. He made sure to hint that there was no point, either, since it was now only a matter of time until the trade union surrendered. Any news from Duke Peterson? Lorist asked as he handed the letter to the king's messenger. Genalio shook his head. No. We've had no contact since he was released. We should not have let him go. Whatever. I'll wait another month. If we don't get an answer by then, we'll head home. We can let things be as they are for now. No rush. Chapter 543 Arrangements. Duke Peterson finally sent a message in the 8th month. He said the union had changed a lot. The guilds were drawing away from one another, which made it very hard to get them to agree to anything. Duke Koblight, the nominal leader of the group, had fallen sick and had not attended any of the meetings. He had only recently started recovering. The remnants of the alliance had started making moves on the Union's territory after their defeat in front of Blueweck. The trouble occupied them for quite a while, and forced them to keep their word and hand over Walenya's territory to the Windstorm Sword Saint, which quelled the alliance's ambitions. Lorist had to admit the Union had handled the trouble with the alliance quite well. They used Walenya and its title to kill several birds with one stone. By giving it to the Sword Saint they fulfilled their obligation to him, tied him to them, and put an end to the alliance's ambitions for its old territory. He didn't quite understand why Magrut didn't just declare independence the moment he arrived in his new fief. That had been his expressed intent on the mountain, at least. The Union must have offered him additional benefits. It would certainly sway him. He now had his own territory, but it was ravaged by years of war, so he needed resources and money to build it back up. Duke Peterson only briefly touched on the Union's plans for the future. But he did take quite a lot of space to put forth his proposal. He proposed Lorist double or triple the prices of his products. He was selling them way too cheap. Lorist could contain his laughter when he read it. He was clearly trying to win back the market monopoly Lorist threatened with his goods. Free advice on how to make more profit? Did he really think Lorist was so greedy? If he raised his prices, the products would lose their competitive edge and the union would push him out of the market. He didn't care about profit right now. He wanted to win market share. He could push his prices up later. Right now he needed a foundation in the South, loyal customers and a reputation. Another reason was to force the union out of the market, or at the very least force them to sell their stuff at much lower prices. This way he could ensure that they would take decades to recover, if they ever did. How could they still call themselves the Ford Trade Union when they were no longer real traders, much less the best on the continent? They were now just nobles slightly better at trade than others. It was his duty as one of the exemplar nobles on the continent to guide them down the right path and made sure they became proper nobles and left their trading and merchant days behind them for good. He couldn't care less whether they wanted to or not. He had decided that was how it would be, so that was how it would be. So they don't want to surrender, huh? Even after I give them such a good spanking. Lorist spat as he waved Duke Peterson's letter. I don't understand why. Shouldn't merchants be smart and cunning? Why do they so stubbornly refuse to lower their heads? How could the old Union afford to continue this war? Do they really think they can mount a counterattack? Do they still have the ability? Tarkle bowed respectfully. Word from Twin-Head Dragon's dominion is that Duke Koblight has recovered and has returned to his duties. The chaos has come to an end. Apart from Chikdar, who completely ignores orders now, the others stand firmly behind the Duke. Chikdar was the only one to come out relatively unscathed. They were in the rear and were the first to retreat, so they escaped without much loss. They were now the strongest force in the Union and had become arrogant. Even worse, they plundered everything all the way back to their dominion, including others' lands. Wesha was the worst hit. Chikdar abducted many of their best smiths and ores when they passed through their land. Most of the guilds wanted to punish them severely, a few had even called for their expulsion from the Union. Hehe, this is rather smart of Chikdar, hey? They fled as soon as they got even the smallest whiff something wasn't right and even made a profit on the way home. The rest can't do anything about it either since they are too weak right now. It's destroyed their trust of each other though. No one will let another group move a large force through its land, or be willing to commit a majority of its forces to a campaign and leave its homeland unsecured. They're too afraid someone else will try the same thing, commented Lorist. You're right, Your Grace. Apart from Ford, Rywald, and Wesha, the three guilds who lost their dominions, the other 22nd or third-rate guilds who lost their territory as well still stand firmly with Duke Koblight. Apart from them, Mayflower and 7 other guilds formed a separate faction that blames the Duke for everything. They're calling for his removal as the nominal leader of the Union. Our informants say Peterson is treated like an outsider. He has chosen to remain neutral, but has in turn been ostracized. He has rejected the mission you gave him. He's chosen to stand with the Union, whichever road they take. So he had trusted the wrong person, then? Are they up to anything else? Yes. Duke Koblight has formed a force, 100,000 strong. He's stationed them in Gudlink, Movlin, Sanganurb, Hasmuk, and Klinkos. Besides that, nothing is happening in those provinces. It seems they intend to turn them into wilderness, a buffer between us and them. Lorist looked at the map and nodded. A wise decision. If they developed them again, we could just storm in, defeat their garrison forces and raid it. But if they leave them be, it'll become a difficult stretch to pass through and dissuade us from attacking them without the resolve to see this fight through. And without any infrastructure, even if we make it through, we'll have weak supply lines. And it's not like we'd let them redevelop them, anyway. They're too close to the Folic Plains. If only Duke Koblight was not their leader, this would all be over already. He is too wise for his own good. I have 2 other pieces of news, Tarkle continued. The Duke will be hosting a meeting with the landless guilds to get them new lands in the south of the Union's territory. The south is largely barren, left fallow since the Union took it. It's also been almost completely depopulated by the war. The people don't like the union, they've been nothing but bad news since they went there, so they'll be very hard to govern. It doesn't help that Jigdar is close by. Most of the guilds are demanding they be given land elsewhere. The other information concerns a communique the Duke sent to the Alliance and Jigda. He's been trying to turn them against us. They want them to stop trading with us and ban our products and stand with the Union against us. They've not so subtly hinted at us being a new Christian empire and tried to paint themselves as the rest of the continent's protectors yet again. Lorist burst out laughing again. They are either incredible optimists or suffering the worst case of delusions I've ever seen. What nonsense is this about protectors? If anyone is the new Christian empire, they are. There used to be 36 countries in the alliance. Thanks to the old union there are now just 16, 17 if you include the now independent Jigda. Your Grace needs not worry. The alliance has seen through them completely. Their previous aggressions, coupled with us not swallowing the territory we captured, but instead forming the new union has won them over to our side, or neutrality, at the very least. There's also the matter that our products are far better than the union's, and far fairer priced. The old union is just showing its desperation. We should still teach them a proper lesson, Lorist said, stroking his chin. The army is too busy to deal with them this year. Maybe we should raid their territory next year after the rainy season. Oh, investigate something for me. I want to know what nations the territories of the 5 provinces belong to. See if you can track down their descendants. Understood, Your Grace. Also, hasn't Senbad been sinking all the Jigdar vessels he encounters? I heard their people have been forced to buy fish since they can't fish along the coast anymore. Tell Senbad to contact Jigdar and offer to stop sinking their ships if they declare independence from the old union and form a kingdom. We'll also let them trade in Moranti. He can use my name to guarantee the Windstorm Sword Saint won't take action. Lorist secretly returned home at the end of the 8th month. Sylvia gave birth to a healthy boy on the 11th of the 10th. Daisy gave Lorist another bastard son 3 days later. He stayed with them until the 4th month of the following year before returning to Moranti. Lorist's family. Irina, former maidservant and mother to Lorist's 2 eldest bastards, deceased, died from natural causes. Norton Lyscott, Lorist's eldest bastard legitimized, deceased, hung for cruelty, crimes and rebellion. Norton Koboshik, second bastard legitimized, adopted by Knight Glacia after rebellion and death of his mother, Irina. Nico Telesty. Lorist's lover, Dean of Nico Academy, mother to Lorist's 2 eldest bastard daughters. Nico Olages, eldest bastard daughter legitimized. Nico Fratia, second bastard daughter legitimized. Dina Ariatali, Lorist's lover, mother to 2 Norton bastards, female knight and acting leader of House Dina. Dina Tariq, bastard son acknowledged. Dina Iri, bastard daughter acknowledged. Duchess Fisibelan Sylvia, Lorist's wife, mother of Lorist's only 2 legitimate children. Norton Anderbale, heir apparent, eldest son. Norton Jade Binns, pretender, second son, named after the perished Paul Obens, sacrificed during assault on artillery school. Deliana, concubine, mother to 2 Norton bastards Ariatali and Fenazali's aunt. Norton Slophenk, bastard son legitimized. Norton Valiane, bastard daughter legitimized. Dina Fenazali, concubine, mother to a Norton bastard, Ariatali's younger sister. Norton Diralia, bastard daughter legitimized. Maria, concubine, eldest daughter of a noble family. Norton Moicht, bastard son legitimized, named after Brigadier General Pete, sacrificed himself heroically in battle. Daisy, concubine, of noble descent, Maria's close friend. Norton Roliners, bastard son legitimized, named after the 2 Dawn Academy students and Lorist's friends, Lind and Moss, both deceased. Chapter 544 Report. The ruler prepares a kingdom, and the heir pisses it away. Your Grace, Tigersor has sent the refugees to Yunj Chandler. Jaeger's mission to help settle the refugees at Folak Plains was completed in the second month. They've rested for 2 months now and are ready for another deployment, reported Janalio. He had been left in charge of Bryn Hills during Lorist's absence. Apart from a select few, no one knew of the Duke's absence. Very well. How's Reedy doing? Asked Lorist. Lorist had sent his eldest disciple to fill in for Lowe's, who was on leave for his breakthrough, as general of Tigersor. The men were very loyal to Lowe's, so only someone of Reedy's stature could take command. Brother Reedy is doing quite well. Messon, Dulles, and Modric are cooperating and the men obey his orders without complaint. Lorist nodded. What of the Free Union? The government thinks our warning rings true. Premier Jindas has started reorganizing the army. They will reduce the troops in the cities to brigade strength. The leftovers will be merged into a new legion. The legion's general is an old acquaintance of yours, I'm told. Someone called Brennan Charlando. Oh? Old Char's joining the army. Jindas knew that if he was to stabilize the Union he had to keep a tight grip on the military, so he made Charlando its general. The Free Union had a new name and clearly distinguished itself from the trade union, but it was essentially the trade union as it had been 2 decades before this fall. The central pillar of its economy was its trade, only, without the big guilds and their monopolies, the market was a frenzy of duels and competitions for the top spots. Lorist didn't want to interfere too much, but he had to put in some regulations to keep things from getting ugly. People were quick to throw away their morals when profit was involved. Hence his suggestion to Jindas that he form a strong military and police force to keep a firm grip on things. Another reason for his suggestion was so the Free Union could take up the gauntlet of guarding its peace on its own. He wanted to go home eventually, after all. He was an outsider, and his men were outsiders. Right now he had a good relationship with Moronti and its people, but people would inevitably grow weary of having foreigners in positions of power, and, given how brutal the first months of his occupation had been, subversive elements had a lot of ammunition with which to sour people's hearts. Previously people had not thought much of his continued military presence because his forces were actively involved in restoring the capital, and the trade union was still a threat against which he protected them. Now however, the restoration was on track and could continue without his men, and the trade union was no longer a threat. The people saw no excuse for his continued presence, so they would soon become resentful and suspicious. It was also likely that the merchants would start questioning whether they wanted to keep paying money for someone else to hold military power and protect them now that such a massive threat was no longer there. They would want to keep their money and fund their own forces. Such decentralization of military power would weaken the government and prevent them from ruling over dissidents who might want to change things. Understood, Your Grace. Sir Jindas initially wanted to talk Sir Els into going over to his side as general, but Els would have none of it. Ah, old Char is beholden to his wife, Els knows. There shouldn't be a problem now that he convinced Louise. Lorist didn't like that Jindas, and through him a foreign power, had tried to poach his subordinates. He might have abandoned the Union if it were successful. Luckily, it wasn't. Anything else? Janalio nodded. Young Master Sarihanam is here, the kid from Chikdur. He's been waiting for an audience for 3 months. Chikdur responded to your letter by sending him and 10 attendants. I see. So they were interested? Did Sarihanam seem rushed or agitated? What has he been doing? We arranged a villa at the foot of the hill for him. He's not done anything untoward as far as we can tell, and we haven't picked up any impatience. He does visit the markets almost daily though. What does he do? I'm not too sure. You should ask Sir Tarkal. He had men tail him. I have heard that his attention is mainly on our products. I'll talk to Tarkal. Tell Sarihanam he can see me tomorrow morning. Yes, Your Grace. Also, Baron Kimura sent a report from Jilin Harbour. The harbor and docks have been restored and it's begun handling the many ships now streaming up and down the coast in the region. Baron Fenston has done his best to cooperate. He said he was one of your Grace's acquaintances and had been looking forward to the development. He provided whatever Baron Kimura asked. He'd even offered the contract to expand the city garrison to us. Baron Fenston, hey. Lorist laughed. He can read between the lines, all right. He's always been courteous. All right. Tell Kimura to give the cooperative nobles a couple chances to make some money. We'll turn a blind eye as long as they don't go overboard. Also, didn't His Majesty say he would send a division to watch over the city? When did he decide to expand the local garrison instead? You forgot about that report? The king doesn't have the manpower anymore. He's had to reorganize his entire military just to keep things going with the forces he has left. He has only one legion and the royal guard that look after the capital. He's had to make his garrisons independent since he doesn't have the men to centralize them into regional legions, not to mention that the provinces are too barren to support large portions of the population locked in the military. That's the big reason for his survey. He's trying to figure out how to deal with this. The only royal knights in Jilin will be the garrison's commander and the couple of captains beneath him. Baron Fenston is not happy, but he has little choice, which is why he asked us to help out. He wants us to set things up so he, rather than the king's knights, will have control of the forces. Lorist slapped his forehead. Auguslo's army had been just 300,000, of which only 120,000 were his men back then. He'd started out with 300,000 personal forces, then lost 2/3 of them. Kimura did well. I'm relieved he's there. Did he talk about any difficulties? He asked. Baron Kimura said the work has been welcomed. Most of the nobles in the region rely on the port for most of their purchases and imports, so everyone is happy to see it improved. Baron Kimura is troubled, however, by the cancellation of our food deal with the king. We heard it was cancelled by Wexes, now in command of the city's guard. Everyone now knows who he is, so no one dares argue with him. Wait, what? Auguslo had asked Lorist for ideas on solving the kingdom's insolvency, from which the decision to upgrade Jilin's docks and harbour. Lorist had also suggesting exporting the kingdom's surplus agricultural produce to Moronti. They'd done so for 2 years now under the deal which made them 2 million a year. Auguslo had finally paid his backlog of salaries and was slowly building up a stable, solvent, financial reputation. Lorist took a 10% commission for his part in the work, mainly transport and sale. Baron Kimura inquired about it. Wexes said the deal jeopardized the kingdom's safety. He'd frozen the deal to give him time to properly evaluate how much could be sold. He later said that he would allow the trade to continue, but the buyers would have to come to Jilin to get their purchase. He would also not allow credit purchases, everything had to be paid for before it was loaded onto the ships. He also doubled the price and reduced the volume by half. The Baron turned him down. In response, Wexes threatened to chase us out of the city if we didn't agree. What? What kind of shit does that brat have for brains? Is someone egging him on? Tell Kimura to stop all trade with the kingdom immediately. We don't need their food, so there's no reason to play their games. Lorist fumed. So someone had set their sights on the harbor city and was using Wexes to get it. They could go screw a boulder. What a daredevil! Doesn't he know Auguslo? Has he forgotten how he slaughtered almost every noble in the capital? Auguslo had wanted to borrow money from Lorist back then, but he knew the king would never pay it back, which was why he proposed the Jilin business. But now someone was threatening such an income so vital to the king? The king was not going to react well to this. Lorist couldn't care less about Wexes. Auguslo had placed great hopes in his bastard. He hoped the brat could be turned into a decent heir. No doubt that was why he'd made him the city guard's commander. It now seemed he was destined to be disappointed. The bastard was far too easily goaded. It seemed he was just a greedy, horny, fool. Auguslo's only hope for a decent heir was for his new queen to birth him one he would have to raise from scratch. Send word of this to the king and tell Kimura to ready his defenses. It won't be the end of the world if we lose the city, but give that royal bastard a good fight. If things go badly, he can withdraw to Silaos while we wait for the king. Immediately, Your Grace. Sirs Charade and Tarkle have arrived and are awaiting an audience. Let them in, and prepare a meal while you're at it. Right away, Your Grace. Chapter 545 Independence Pact. If the enemy tower is faltering and you can strike at its foundation, pummel it into dust. Duke Norton, I, Sarihanum, pay my utmost respect as the representative of Chictor. I hope you will always be with good health and that things go according to your will, said Sarihanum as he saluted respectfully. No need courtesy, young Master Sarihanum. You and I are old acquaintances, we can skip the pleasantries. I've always appreciated your talent. It's a shame you caused me quite a bit of trouble in the Battle of Cape Romani. The things that followed made me regret being unable to come to an agreement with you. I believe that if you had been by my side, you would have checked for loopholes in my security so people would not have escaped like that. Smiled Lorist. I have embarrassed myself, Lord Duke. I did my best but couldn't change the outcome. In the end, I couldn't help but escape. The war has worn us down and we could not have afforded my ransom. I had a duty to avoid putting my guild in that position. I survived thanks only to your benevolence. Thank you for your grace. Haha, you're pretty good with words, Lorist smiled again. All right, let's talk business. Is Chictor interested in breaking off from the trade union? To be frank, Chictor does want to break off. But we are one of the big seven. Our survival depends on the union. Everyone knows we specialize in naval trade, and your ban keeps us from applying our only trade. Land trade is neither our specialty, nor in our hands. The union controls it. Our largest market is also within the union. Without our fleet, we can't trade, without the union's market, we can't trade, and our domain cannot sustain us as it is now. We wish more than anything that we could take you up on your offer, but it would be signing our own funeral slips. Lorist snickered to Charade and stretched out a hand, opening his palm. Charade unwillingly took out a gold ford and handed it to the Duke. Sarihanum gazed at the exchange, perplexed. What is this? Nothing. I just won a bet. He thought you would agree in principle but put forth many conditions. I thought you would turn me down because of your difficulties. Had this happened anywhere else, it would be a gross offense. But he couldn't get on his horse in front of this sort Saint Duke. He had no choice, Chictor was at a disadvantage, he had to endure. Lorist tossed the coin in the air before returning it to Charade. Let's not play games. Charade should have won. The fact that you came to Moronti shows Chictor is interested. You are smart and I'm sure you can tell the old union is beyond salvation. Your forces wouldn't have raided Wesha's dominion if you could not. You know what this means for the union. Treason. To me, you are part of the union, one of its claws, if you will, and our foe. We remember your aggressions along the Golden Coast. Our ban is in response to that. This is your only chance to make up for that mistake. It's really simple. Break from the union, declare your independence. I'm not trying to trouble you, but there will be no games. You either do as we say, or there is no deal and you will continue to be our enemy with all that entails. And the union will be wiped out. I have tried many times to negotiate, but they have refused, so I have no choice but to end them. You are no fool. What are your demands? Be quick and concise. If they are reasonable, I will consider them. Sarihanum blushed. You speak the truth. We have pushed countless times to end the war, but the other guilds will have none of it. We lost Invincible, which lost us our right to raise our voices during the meetings. We have no desire to stay in a country in which we have no voice. But it's not that simple. Especially not considering the history we have with you. Many don't trust you. They believe you will go back on your word and wipe us out the moment we secede from the Union. I am here to understand your intentions and make the final decision. We are weak, so we cannot stand on our own if the Union comes after us. We will only take up your offer if you will back our independence and defend us against any reprisals from the Union. Lorist nodded. That's more like it. We are willing to guarantee your independence. Don't worry, I do not break my word. Sort out the details with Charade and we can get things rolling. Charade returned 2 days later. This is the agreement. I believe they have more ambition than just gaining independence. And Charade got to the map on the wall and pointed at the guild's territory. Chictor doesn't want their original dominion when they declare independence. They want the land here. The land used to belong to the Duchy of Lauderta and the Kingdom of Engisloon. If they get that, they'll possess 7 provinces worth of land. They'll be able to stand with the Empire as an equal. When I asked why, Sarihanum said that their dominion has little potential for growth. It's mountainous and has little surface area fit for farming, forestry, or any other economic activity. They will only have a good prospect of a bright future if they have lands with open, flat plains. I have acquiesced and made that territory part of their kingdom in our guarantee. Lorist smirked. Having ambition is fine. I would be wary if they did not demand more territory. Everything around them is Union territory, and everything they want is Union territory, so I don't care what or how much they want. The more they demand, the greater the damage to the Union, and the better for us. Besides, they'll only get to keep what they can defend anyway. I actually think they're being a little meek with their demands. I don't understand why you are willing to help them, Charade griped. They are our enemy. They've caused us much pain and suffering. Now, however, not only are you not getting back at them, you're rewarding them. This does not feel right. I understand, Charade. I have no choice. Look at the map. Moronti and Chictor are separated by 500 kilometers of mountains. Their land is almost entirely mountains. They cannot stand with the land they have, and I have no intention of putting my men on their soil, not as an ally, and certainly not as an enemy. We know what Sarihanum hasn't said. You saw Tarkal's reports. Their dominion used to be the Duchy of Urabaha and the people are mostly poor and foolhardy. Apart from those enlisted in Duke Urabaha's rental armies, most became pirates. 7 of a pirate's fingers are Urabahan, as the saying goes. Chictor brought down the piracy and put most of them in their navy. Now they no longer have a navy, however. Everyone is back to piracy. If we do not curb this, our trade with the south will become very costly. If we can get them to keep the peace in the south, then we have no issue. And that's only part of it. We can also use Chictor against the Union. If Chictor leaves with the lands they want, the Union will collapse. They cannot survive a blow like this, not in the state they're in already. Charade nodded helplessly. Is this choosing the lesser 2 evils, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Whatever, you don't have to mind me. Look at this. Everything we can do is signed. I can't guarantee they won't be threatened by the Windstorm Sword Saint in the future though. No issue. I'll write them a letter they can show the old man. He will give me face and stay out of their business. All right then, Your Grace. There are these as well. I've agreed to let them reform their trading fleet as long as they abide by our rules. They've agreed. I've also given them a similar exclusivity deal to the one we gave Mermaid. The other thing is, Sarihanum asked that we strike the Union and damage them enough to give Chictor cover to declare. All right, I have no problem with that, Lorist answered. It's natural to have doubts. We have little ground for trust right now, so it's understandable. The legions will be here in a few more days. Set up a meeting with the Free Union Council. Chapter 546 Debate. Jindas, aren't you daring? You actually dare solicit Els to leave House Norton. Are you taking us for granted? Yelled Lorist as he entered the council chambers. Jindas shrugged helplessly. Charlando whistled and glared. What? Can't I get my nephew to come back to help his brothers? Locke, my boy, don't think you're some kind of big shot just because you're a duke and a sword saint. If you're really that capable, why wouldn't you let Els come home? The guilds have left and his brother controls much of the union. What ought Els do other than come back? Jindas looked at Charlando, smiling bitterly. Lorist instantly understood the geezer was probably the one behind it all. He remembered one night the previous year when he invited all the Dawn Academy alumni who had joined Lorist to the Red Grace Inn for a reunion. Els and Reedy were there too. Charlando nagged on about Els and Reedy leaving home without giving the slightest care about their uncle. He wanted the two to come back home. Both suggested Charlando go north with them instead, but the old man was stubborn and refused to leave. When Lorist and Charade tried to convince him, he, somewhat drunk, said he would never become a subject. He was a proud, independent, free Morantian. He would never be someone else's slave. Lorist gave up at that point and left. He thought that would be the last of such talk, but now the old geezer was going after his disciples and followers. Lorist smiled furiously. Old Char, stop messing around. People have different goals and paths. Els and Reedy are doing great with me. Els has a family, and Reedy has a bastard and a woman he loves, though he has yet to marry. Els will also soon be made a count and get more land. What can you give him if he stays here, hey? Els was Jindas's boss before he left. It would be inappropriate for him to be his subordinate, especially given how high he's risen in the aristocracy. Charlando was the too senior, but he was just a commoner. Hierarchy and social standing didn't impede his serving Jindas, but Els was different. He was a minor noble, he would, in fact, soon be a major noble. He could not serve under a commoner. He also still had great prospects with Lorist. He had little future with Jindas even if he didn't mind being under a commoner. He also had a family back north. His wife certainly wouldn't accept having to give up her title as Baroness, soon to be Countess, to be a commoner and a foreigner here. What's the problem? They're brothers. It doesn't matter who's on top or at the bottom, insisted the old man. He acted like he was still a mercenary, taking up the burden of band leader and looking out for his comrades. What's the big deal with Count? It doesn't matter how much land he gets, it'll be in that shithole of a place called the Northlands. Look at Moranti. It couldn't be more prosperous. And then there's that whole nobility thing. Slavery by another name. All you do is scheme against each other and plot how to steal more money from your poor slaves. Els is an honest boy, he doesn't belong in such a degenerate place. So what if he's a general? You're only using him. You'll throw him away like an old napkin once you're done with him. Don't take it personally, Locke, even if you can take care of Els for his whole life. What about your son, or your grandson? Can you guarantee they'll have the same temperament and beliefs as you? How will they treat his descendants? If they're greedy and scheming, they'll have the power and authority to take everything for him or his descendants. Here that can never happen. This is where he belongs and where he can live the best life. Lorist didn't know how to respond. He couldn't help but be amazed at his imagination. You're letting your imagine go again, old man. I'm a sword saint, I will live for hundreds of years, but of course I can't guarantee what my descendants will do. But you can't guarantee what the people who will rule after Jindas will do either. Moranti might turn into the old Union again in half a century, then what? The North is neither as desolate nor as chaotic as you think. Nor the aristocracy as lawless. Every system has its bad eggs, yes, but ours are no more than yours. I'd even say ours are less than yours. I'm disappointed with you, old man. You know nothing about the rest of the world. My lands house 3 million people. At least 3 times what Moranti has. Els's dominion is in Delamak as well, the empire's breadbasket. He and Redi don't have to oppress their subjects. Their tax income is over 10,000 gold fords a year. They dominions each have around 13,000 serfs and their personal retinues are no less than 100 men each. Els has 3 knights under him, pledged to him personally, and Redi is training 2 squires. They levy just a 1/2 tax on their land's produce and only have to give 1/5 of their taxes to me. Then they also earn a good salary for being in the military and have a lot of other benefits. Altogether they earn at least 20,000 a year. When they retire, they'll go home and focus on their dominions. They won't have to worry about anything. Hell, even if their dominions earn them nothing, they'll have enough money to live lavishly for the rest of their lives. Their children will get the best education on the continent, the same as my children. Hell, they'll at some point probably be in the same class as some of mine. They'll attend both Nico and later Dawn Academy. If they have the skills, they'll go on to serve in the military or administration of the house just like their fathers. So even those that don't inherit their father's title and land will have a rich live. I might even take 1 or 2 as my disciples, or my disciples might take them themselves if they're good enough. Hold on. Just 1/2 tax. Jinda's interjected. That must be the lowest tax on the continent. It was normally 6 or 7/10, and that was if the Lord was feeling generous. The average was 8/10, leaving just barely enough for the people to survive, sometimes not. The free union's tax was 6/10. The old union's tax had been 8/10. Yes, I only take 1/2 of the produce, and only allow my vassals to take up to 6/10 from their land. My other taxes are at most 1/10 on things like trade and factory production. And I also run a lot of programs that reduce taxes as subsidies. Only luxury goods are taxed at more than 1/10. Lorist had wanted to set the crop tax at just 1/3, but Charade wouldn't allow it. They could go beneath the average a little, but if they deviated from the norm too much, rocked the boat too much, they'd be ostracized. Why? Asked Jindas curiously. Simple. The more loose money the people have, the more they can buy. They will be happy and live better, and the moving money will let businesses do better. The better the businesses do, the more money can be taxed, and the more they will pay their workers, which we can tax as well, which gives the workers more money to spend again, and it all starts over. You're just playing fancy with words. Even if you're a benevolent lord, what of your descendants? It takes just one bad heir to undo everything, because he will have absolute power. The people will suffer the most and won't be able to do anything about it. Only by making sure that everyone is equal, and we give as little power to any one person as possible, can we protect ourselves from those kinds of people, can we live truly free, mocked Charlando. Lorist smacked his forehead. Charlando was a staunch believer in freedom and liberty, as were most of the people in the city. That was why Lorist didn't want anyone from here to become his subjects and move to the north. They would only be trouble. Even worse, they were blind to the reality of the old union. They were slaves in all but name to the Big Seven and their crony guilds as well. There was no true freedom in the world. Lorist didn't even believe it was a goal worth pursuing, a dream to have, a wish to desire, to begin with. The Grindia's history was mostly talk of the Dark Ages after the end of the magical era. There were no more sword gods or sword saints made by magi, and the humans constantly struggled against magic beasts. People only barely began recovering after they rediscovered how to cultivate battle force. The first people to do so obviously became kings and their vassals. After the Dark Ages, the nobles fought to establish the new hierarchy. From a certain point of view, it could be argued that these nobles brought war and suffering to the people. But on the other hand, they also brought order and development. In the following millennium, the nobles even established strict chivalric customs. Char, Lorist said as he shook his head and sighed, I don't know how you managed to get the prejudice you hold against nobles. The noble code and customs no longer allow lieges to command their vassals or exploit them as they will since 1,000 years ago. A liege also can't simply threaten the safety of the lives or wealth of their vassals. Unless the vassal commits an unforgivable crime or if there's proof of rebellious intent that has to be verified by other vassal nobles, only then can a liege punish the offending noble. In some sense, nobles are their own watchdogs. We also hope for peace and order to be maintained. An anarchy benefits nobody. Also, have you so-called believers in freedom forgot about the days when the merchant guilds ruled over you before our house came to hide Gold Bay and conquered Moronti? Do you think that rationing system is what freedom looks like? I believe that freedom can only come from orderly governance. That way, everyone's rights can be ensured. For example, the rules and regulations of the free union can protect the freedom of its citizens. That is not too different from the regulations we nobles use. If the nobles are kind, their subjects will be no different than free citizens. If the nobles are cruel, they will be akin to the trade union. No matter how much you boast about your freedom, you're still beholden to those who rule. No matter whether you have a noble ruling you or not, it's all semantics. In the end, you're just a subject like everyone else. Charlando no longer argued. Even though Lorist was straightforward with his arguments, they still made sense. Jindas, on the other hand, had a question. Brother Locke, there's something that has always been on my mind. Even though the formation of the free union hasn't posed any problems yet, would a repeat of what happened to the trade union occur again when the rich and powerful are no longer satisfied with the privileges that they already enjoy and start demanding for more? Lorist laughed and understood why Jindas brought the question up. Of course, there's a huge possibility for that to happen. But that is something that will only show up in many years ahead. To solve it, it's simple. Simply implement a nobility system. A nobility system? Jindas said anxiously, isn't that exactly what the trade union did? No, the kind of nobility system I'm referring to is different from what the trade union implemented, Lorist said with a dismissive wave. The trade union implemented a landed nobility system, and that proved to be the downfall of Moronti and the nation as a whole. What I'm suggesting is an honors system. The noble titles given will be a symbol for their status. For example, each title will come with a set annual income and those who bear the titles will have special manors to live in. The treatment afforded by different titles vary. Apart from not having a fief, there's not much difference between an honorary noble like that and a landed noble. That way, you can avoid the fragmentation of power and resources to the different fiefs like what happened with the trade union. You'll also be able to motivate people to strive harder and contribute to the free union to be awarded those honors. Jindas looked like he was both enlightened and confused. He muttered in deep thought, is that really possible? Just find someone to discuss it when you get back. Get their thoughts on the matter. I was only suggesting it casually. At that moment, Genalio entered the room and reminded, Your Grace, it's time. Please head to the meeting room with the other two sirs. The council will begin soon. Chapter 547 War Council. Baron Malek was hosting the War Council. He was the Deputy Minister of War. He had yet to let Lorist down in the 2 years they had worked together. He managed his forces incredibly well and even restructured the garrisons based on their new military standards, with the ministry at the very top. This time, Lorist was going to use war to pressure the trade union even more. He wanted to beat their stubborn asses for good so they would never pose a threat to the free union again. Malek had been called in from the Northlands to lead the charge himself. Lorist wanted him to be promoted to Minister of War. Lorist, Jindas, and Charlando were the last to arrive. The council chambers were filled with knights and commanding officers from Tiger Sor, Jaeger, the Sentry Legion, and the Free Union's military. Even Whitelion's general, Sybek, and 5 Imperial Knights were present. Everyone was seated and waiting for the meeting to start. Malek walked to the map with a small stick. He tapped the table a few times and turned around. Silence, the meeting will now begin. Please do not make any noise. If anyone has a question, please ask it after the briefing. Malek waited expressionlessly for the hall to quiet down before he continued. our primary objective is to topple the old Union so they will never be a threat again. We will launch a large invasion and finish the Union off. We will target primarily Kasirota, Tenalik, Feldunba, and Silagnika. Please turn your attention to the map. You'll notice the old Union's territory form AT. If we don't include Falak Plains, it looks more like an overturned L. Our targets sit in that corner of the L. If we take those provinces, we split the Union in two. This here is the territory the Union took from the Alliance. That arm at the top was taken during the War of Glass. The territory we are targeting is Old Union territory, they've controlled it for years. Right now Twin-Head Dragon, Peterson, and a number of smaller guilds reside there. If we don't include the 5 empty provinces next to the plains, Chikder's territory, and the Duchy of Magrut, the Old Union only has 23 provinces. Our goal is this split. We need to cut the Union in half. It'll cut the majority of the Union off from any decent supply lines. What is worth paying attention to here is that Feldunba, one of our targets, is within the dominion of Mayflower. Silagnika used to be the Duchy of Zikder. Zikder produced fine gold and silverware. It still has 2 gold mines and 5 silver mines. Mayflower paid for the territory with the glass recipe. Mayflower's forces suffered heavily in our last confrontation, but a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Mayflower is a huge guild with a long history. They've already formed a new legion. It now also contains a division of heavily armored troops. The guild appears to be opposing Duke Koblight. There are a number of rumors claiming the guild's president is scheming to take over Koblight's position and the Union's leader. I don't care why they aren't surrendering. We will kill them all since they insist on opposing us. Wesha, Ford, and Rywald are landless. They are demanding the Union take back their land and are thus refusing to let the Union come to the table. Mayflower and the rest are pro-war as well, but unlike the former, they want Duke Koblight to resign. Peterson has stayed on the sideline of the debate and Chikder is abandoning them altogether. We've singled out Mayflower because they're one of the strongest. If we take them out, we'll not only cripple the Union even further, we'll also send a clear message to the rest that they best not mess with us ever again. Chikder will declare its independence and ally with us once we've split the Union in two. It should be the final nail in the Union's coffin. Malak drew a red line through the 5 provinces around Chikder. Chikder's forces will occupy this area before declaring their independence. It'll halve the Union's territory in the south. I don't think the Alliance will let this opportunity pass, so we can expect them to take the rest. Lord Malak, a question, General Sybek interjected, why don't we just push all the way and wipe the Union out for good? We considered this originally, but the price would be too big and the Free Union would be saddled with more territory than you can control. It'll make you a prime target for others' ambition at a time when you cannot afford war. The land has 4 million people. Peterson and Twinhead have invested everything they have there. If this war drags on any longer than is absolutely necessary, they'll bog us down in a second Falak Plains. Not to mention that he's fortified it immensely. We'll lose 500,000 men if a complete push goes well, and up to as much as 2 million if this goes badly. Can you afford that kind of loss? How? Sybek argued, doesn't House Norton have those amazing cannons? What kind of fortification can withstand a bombardment from them? Just blast through their forts. The cannons aren't infallible, Lorist interrupted, don't place all your hopes in them. We've used up all our gunpowder. We have no reserves, so they are useless until we get our reserves back. We've built up a small stockpile, but, even if we are ridiculously frugal, we'll still use everything up to take the land we've already planned for. We just don't have the supplies to push any further. The rest will have to be won with blood, and I, for one, will not bleed so much for the Union's land. Sybek lowered his head. I apologize, Lord Duke. I didn't know. Please forgive me. Don't worry. I can see you're only anxious to end the Union's threat. If they refuse to surrender after this as well, we'll keep them in check for 2 more years. We'll have enough gunpowder then for that final push. At worst we'll attack in wave, taking a province or two each year until there's nothing left. Understood, Your Grace. Jinda's was next. Lord Malak, a question. We won't be raiding the 4 provinces clean like last time, right? It was to be expected for Jinda's to be anxious about that. He was to inherit rule of the land, he certainly wouldn't want to get nothing but more wasteland. The current state of the Union could barely support the people it already had. If they got another influx from those provinces, it would be the free union that would collapse, not the trade union. Don't worry, Malak acknowledged, Sir Tarkal has gone to the alliance to find the heirs to the duchies that used to be there. We'll reform the countries that used to be there. They'll no doubt rejoin the alliance, which will put a buffer between the 2 unions. Jinda's breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing as nobody else had questions, Malak pointed at the map and continued the briefing. Next, is deployments. We will attack from Gudlink. The Union had fortified the empty provinces with 10 divisions, so we can't march through there, not to mention it would be a nightmare for our supply lines. That said, we have to maintain a force on our side of that border so they don't roll into the plains once we begin or attack and hit us in the rear. Jaeger will have that responsibility. It has to keep the enemy there occupied. Don't give them a chance to build up for an attack. Everyone else will be part of the invasion. Remember, our goal is to take the land as quickly as possible. Don't get bogged down in sieges. If the settlement or castle won't be a quick conquest, leave a token force to keep up the siege and move on. They'll all surrender once we end the war. Understood, answered Freyar. Tigersaur will clean Gudlink again before we deploy, Malak continued. The main participants of the attack from Gudlink included House Norton's Sentry Legion and the Free Union's own legion. Feldunba and Tenelik had mostly mountainous terrain and the Trade Union had stationed 4 divisions there and fortified the area. So, House Norton would deploy 2 artillery brigades. Tigersaur would join the fray after the 2 provinces were taken. The remaining provinces of Kaisirota and Silagnika covered mostly steppes and it was perfect for cavalry. General Sybek was really unhappy that his men would not be on the front but instead had OB logistics. They had earned a huge haul when they raided the 5 provinces and were hoping to make more profit. In the end, Lorist said he would let Witelian and Tigersaur pick 1 province each after Feldunba and Tenelik was conquered. Chapter 548, Mountain Path. This freaking weather. It's so damn hot even though it's only the 6th month. Who can even stand it? Complained Carmen weakly. He was drenched in sweat and used his mithril spear as a walking stick. His helmet hung on his back. He couldn't wait to strip off his armor. Have the scouts not found any water yet? We're dying here. Carmen, give me some from your water, said Bell, sticking his spear into the ground in the shade of the tree. He looked even more haggard than Carmen. No. It's your fault for sipping yours non-stop. I gave you half of my water already. I don't even have enough left for me. We grew up together. We help each other out. I even stood up for you a number of times. Can't you give me a few mouthfuls? Fine, fine. You always bring this up. Don't you ever get bored? And it's not like your help made us win the fights. You'd just end up getting beaten with me. If you didn't join the fights, they might have beaten me less. They only hit so hard because you're so huge. Only 2 mouthfuls. Open your trap, said Carmen as he carefully poured a set amount of water into Bell's mouth. Bell immediately looked better. He soon stood up again and leaned against the tree. The 2 watched the other men trudge up the hill. I thought we would charge into battle courageously. That's everyone here's dream too. But all we've been doing for months now is marching. Those Nortons scared everyone away. The closest we get to battle is scouring the battlefield, gathering the corpses and sorting the loot. Complained Bell. Fool, don't involve others in your death wishes. Don't think you'll survive a battle. Fool like you are usually the first to die. And why are you always half jogging? I thought something happened to you when I lost sight of you, said a bearded middle-aged man. Uncle Good, Carmen and Belle greeted. The man was their commanding officer, a lieutenant named Good. He was in his late 40s and an experienced 2-star silver mercenary. He quit when the mercenary guild was dissolved. But when the new Free Union issued a call to arms, he picked up his sword again. Make space, I need a rest, Good said as he wiped the sweat off his face, I'm getting old and useless. Hills like this were nothing to me 10 years ago, but now? I'm pooped after just half a day's march. Carmen and Belle moved aside and gave the old man some space between them. Come, Uncle Good, sit here. It's cool and the breeze blows from time to time. It's real good, Carmen said, trying to curry favor, did you come to pick us up? Yes. Who else would I look for? Your parents asked me to look after you two monkeys when you enlisted. Who asked you two to be my neighbors? Good took a few gulps of water from his canteen. Belle stared at him jealously but he didn't dare ask for some. Good noticed, however, and handed his canteen to the man when he finished, who almost swallowed the canteen whole. So why did you charge off like you were chasing something? If you were goofing around I'll cane you when we set up camp. Belle forgot to refill his canteen this morning. He's already drunk half of mine. We were hoping to get to the next stream quicker, but no luck yet, explained Carmen hurriedly. Idiot, why didn't you tell me? Good said as he knocked the two on their heads, I've walked this path many times. We won't reach a stream before nightfall. I doubt we'll camp there, though. Our schedule's too tight. I've got 2 buckets of water on the ass. There's enough for 100 people, so stop worrying. What do we do now? Head back. Rest here for now. They have to come by us anyway. A sudden boom blasted in from the distance. Are their cannons really that amazing? Carmen eventually asked, the fort was in shambles. I don't understand why they had us come along if they're so strong. They could have won everything on their own. It's not like we've been used in battle or anything. We could have just stayed home and kept on training. Good laughed. Foolish child. They dragged us along so you greenhorns can get a taste of what war is like. Training won't teach you that. We might just be marching, but even that is important. You're learning what it's like to be on the campaign trail in enemy territory. I heard we'll finally get our chance tomorrow, anyway. They're going to have us take the fort after they're done bombarding it. They're just looking down on us. Belle complained, what's so amazing about them? It's all just the cannons. I could kill 5 of them if we fought fair and square. Good flicked a finger at Belle's head. What are you saying, dumbass? You and Carmen are 3-star iron ranks at just 23. But you'll die the moment the fight begins. Battles are nothing like fights in the streets, or even small skirmishes between mercenaries. You don't win with above average strength if you are fighting 10,000 enemies. It's all about teamwork. The average Norton soldier is nothing special, but put 10,000 of them in a line and they'll beat anything you can throw at them. They can take the Free Union 5 times over with just their infantry alone. Did you already forget how many of the old Union's legions they took out without cannons? But didn't Colonel Husk say we shouldn't have joined House Norton? He said we broke away from the old Union to get rid of nobles, but now we're fighting alongside one. We should be against the Nortons. They don't believe in freedom and liberty. We should be working with the old Union to drive them out, said Carmen. Good's face turned red. Didn't I tell you not to listen to that madman? He's sick in the head. The Nortons are aristocrats, but the trade union is as well. They put us through 3 years of suffering because they wanted to be nobles too. Use your brains. Why were your parents so against you joining the army when the guilds were recruiting, but were fine with it when it was the new union? Even an old guy near 50 like me wants to join. It's simple. The Free Union protects our freedom and liberty. We made it and we rule it. In its army, we aren't just cannon fodder for someone else's ambition. I am an old mercenary. I've lived in Moranti for 30 years. I've seen everything and know this clearly. We think we're so proud and free, but in the old Union we were slaves by another name. Think about those last 3 years. Is that something a free man should have to go through? They restricted even what we could eat and we had to work more than 12 hours a day. You call that freedom? I'd rather not work and have my whole family starve to death if that were the case. Stop listening to that fool. Think about this, if it weren't for the Nortons, you two would still be hunting rats in the sewers. Why should we chase the Nortons away? Did they take anything from us? No. Not only did they not hurt us, they even gave us free food and brought new products to us and loaned us money. They rebuilt Moranti and put us back in our golden age. And they're not even trying to rule over us in return. We must know gratitude and tolerance. So what if the Nortons are nobles? They've been nothing but good to us and haven't forced their system on us. We would still be under the guild's heels if not for them. Why should we make enemies of them? Just because their political system is different? They haven't taken our lands, and they didn't take our money. Exactly the opposite. They're making us rich and helping us take care of the old Union. Is chasing away our benefactors something a sensible person should? Only fools would say something like make peace with the trade union. I am certain that if we do as they say, we will suffer the greatest loss. The old Union would still treat us as traitors, and if Moranti is ever returned to them, they will kill us all. Best case, we will be made into slaves and sent into the mines to work until we die. Seriously, I wonder how a fool like Husk made it into the military. Is he trying to cause trouble? Carmen, Belle, tell me when Husk said that. What else did he say? Was there anyone else when he said it? Seeing how anxious Good was acting, Carmen and Belle looked panicked. It isn't that serious, right, Uncle? Carmen muttered, it happened the night before last. When Belle and I were on night duty and Cad was leading the patrol, we complained how tough the marching was. Colonel Husk passed us and told us that, as well as a lot of other things that mocked the Nortons, mostly jokes about how nobles got toyed with by their subjects. We were only releasing stress, nothing serious. You're overreacting, Uncle. Colonel Husk doesn't mean ill. He's just a little loose-mouthed when he rants and doesn't think about what he says. Didn't you evaluate him back then? Belle said, his parents died on the battlefield during the last Christian invasion and he was raised by his grandparents. That's why he hates everyone from the Empire so much. Everyone knows how much he hates all Northerners, the Nortons included. Also, Colonel Husk is only mouthing off. I bet he doesn't have the gall to actually go against them. Good side. Whatever. I won't say anything else. Just don't spend too much time around him. If he continues what he's doing, he's bound to be killed, best not associate with him. The Nortons and their Duke must not be crossed lightly. Think about it. Many of the Duke's top subordinates are old Morantians, that's why they're so good to us. How can you know? Tell us. No, I don't know the Duke's subordinates very well, but I know the Duke. He spent the last half of his childhood in Moranti, and was a mercenary and instructor at Dawn Academy for many years. He lost contact with his family because of the Empire's civil war and pretty much became one of us before he went back. Those bags you're carrying, the Duke designed them himself. I was the first guy to buy one of them from him before he left. A regiment passing by greeted them. Good picked up his stuff and prepared to leave. Come, the boys are here. Time to go. I'll tell you more stories about the Duke as we march. I'm sure you know the name Iron Lock, Silver Undefeated. Chapter 549 Sandbag. And another one bites the dust. Ford Trade Union chant when enemy cannon fire hits sandbags. Howard appeared troubled. Though the artillery brigade he led was in the vanguard, he had been trapped in the area for more than 3 days. He had not expected this to happen. His brigade and the Sentry Legion had marched at the forefront since entering Feldunba. They never once encountered a fort that could weather their attack. The enemies ran in fear and most of the time after the first cannon shell hit. The trade union had long been prepared for their attack, but they didn't know where it would happen. They thought it would most likely start in the south. Given that those areas were only recently conquered, not many nobles had moved in. They'd also been severely depopulated by recruitment drives during the war. Most of the agricultural produce was also confiscated to fund the war. The area was severely destabilized. If not for the depopulation, the revolts might have been large enough to kick the Union out. They believed the Nortons would march through the area and charge straight into the Union's heartland. They planned to let them march deep into their own territory before cutting off their supply lines and letting them starve. Lorist attacked Mayflower's Feldunba instead. The Union scrambled to reposition their forces, but it was a little late. Clearly the enemy wasn't aiming to take land, but to destroy the guilds. Duke Coblight, however, breathed a sigh of relief rather than stressing. The territory had been ruled for just 5 years, but it was already covered in forts. It would become a wall against which House Norton would smash itself to pieces. The Duke didn't think they could push through the province, even with their cannons. He'd let the two sides duke it out while his faction just provided logistical support. With Mayflower weakened, his position within the Union would be secure again. Mayflower and its allies, however, put severe pressure on him and he was forced to deploy troops as well. The thunderous booms bounced through the mountains. Howard stared at the fort's walls but they just wouldn't collapse. "How long till Ovides arrives?" he asked between thunder strikes. Thunderbolt Brigade was deployed in the rear. "It'll take them 4 days to get here," his subordinate shouted. "Sir Ovides himself should arrive tomorrow." "Sigh, I should have stopped his grace from releasing those damned sailors," complained Howard. He signaled for the bombardment to end and descended the hill. "Sir, are we not continuing the bombardment? Best save our gunpowder. Those walls aren't going to give. We'll have to wait for Ovides. Only his catapults can get us inside now. I doubt he'll have any more luck than us, sir. With the way the walls tower over the terrains outside, we'll have to be within their firing range to get things over the walls. Our cannons are already on the edge of being in range." Howard stroked his chin frustratedly. "We've no choice, Commander. You saw yourself. They've lined the walls with sandbags. We don't have the firepower to blast through them and the walls quickly. It's those damned sailors. They must have told them about the tactics they used when we last fought them. We're just wasting gunpowder. Our only hope is lobbing sacks over the walls, which our cannons can't do. Any better ideas?" The men kept quiet. There was indeed no other option. They couldn't go around the fort, the cliffs and marshes wouldn't let them, and the fort was on top of a big rocky mound which meant they had to fire up at it. They just had no options. They couldn't charge in for a standard assault because the walls were littered with catapults and ballista. They could still take the fort, but with unacceptable casualties. The fort was a crucial choke point. They could only push through into the rest of the province through here, otherwise they'd have to go a long way around to attack from the south, but both the delay and the new location were unacceptable. Their approach was also severely limited by the cliffs. They had to approach the main gate via a thin outcrop which made their massive number advantage null and void. "They're turtles!" shouted Lorist when he got the report. While the Union didn't own a cannon or anything similar, they had learned how to deal with it quite effectively. There was no decent counter to this yet. There were only 2 options. Either make the cannons bigger, which current metalworking technology didn't allow, and which would use too much gunpowder anyway, or develop howitzers and mortars, but they were years away from anything even resembling something like that. The Union's main tactic to deal with cannons was to charge in a team of elite soldiers, mostly gold ranks and 1 or 2 blade masters, to take out the crews. Lorist was prepared for this, however. Reedy and Schuss always stood guard when the cannons were deployed in battle. The Union tried their tactics several times, but stopped after a whole team was wiped out, including a blade master and 3 gold ranks. One raid, however, was both very successful and catastrophic at the same time. One team, a blade master and 3 gold ranks, caught a camp unprotected. They wiped out the crews and destroyed the cannons, but then discovered the gunpowder kegs. They carried torches since the attack was performed at night. As one of the gold ranks leaned over the open keg to look at the strange black powder inside, a spark fell from the torch into the barrel. None of the 4 were found thereafter. In fact, no one ever knew it was an attack that killed the brigade. Everyone thought some nitwit in the unit decided to have a smoke in the tent housing the gunpowder and blew everyone to Kingdom Come. The Union didn't have unlimited elites. The Battle of Bluewick had already cost them half their number, and Mayflower's loss was salt in the wound. But Lorist only had 40 cannons after the 10 in the camp were destroyed. Mayflower never launched another raid with their elites and the forts continued to fall. That all stopped, however, with Fort Linston, where sandbags were used on land for the first time. Chapter 550 Duke Nicholas. Never be blindly loyal to your superior. He is using you for his benefit, so use him for your benefit. In terms of appearance, Duke Nicholas, Mayflower's president, could be considered the ugliest among the presidents. He had a long, horse-like face and 2 small eyes which he liked to squint at others. It made it appear that he was always scheming. Everyone called him Old Snake behind his back as a result. His eyes had, in fact, lost him the position as the Union's premier. Duke Coblight had the look of an upstanding old man. That damned goody two-shoes looking bastard. Those that knew Nicholas, however, knew his looks belied his true personality. He was sincere and gentle, and treated servant and noble alike respectfully. He never discriminated based on status. Among the guilds, Mayflower had the most loyal staff and anyone who interacted with the Duke would disregard his appearance and be drawn in by his charisma. Currently, Nicholas was subsumed with the map on his desk. He closed his eyes from time to time, falling into a kind of catatonic state of deep thought. House Norton had suddenly picked his lands as its target. He wondered whether their aim was to sweep through his territory or something else. Perhaps they were trying to push the Union into another stalemate to delay its recovery. Or were they just intent on pillaging some riches? His land was rich with gold and silver and they had concentrated their attack on the mining hotspots in Feldunba. Captain of the Guard, Siros, entered quietly, 2 letters in his hands. Your Grace, I have a report from Fort Linston. The front lines have been quiet since the last assault. It looks like they've given up. They haven't fired a single cannon shot in 3 days. I also have a message from Moronti. Our informant says Duke Norton is heading to the front. Oh. Nicholas raised his brow curiously and read the 2 letters. His gaze returned to the map, which he surveyed for a few moments, before his eyes widened. Start the migration plan immediately. I want everyone ready to leave in 3 days. But the front lines are stable, my lord. This plan would see them abandon Feldunba entirely. But was there a need if things were stable? They'd given up so much to get the region, and then invested even more to develop it. The quiet front lines mean nothing good. Just do it. We won't get to leave at all if we don't do it now. Understood, my lord. Siros immediately left. He was a loyal man. He obeyed his lord's orders even when they weren't understood. However, Mayflower's vice president, Count Abraham, soon barged into the room. What's going on, brother? You think the situation is bad? Nicholas nodded tiredly. Duke Coblight just asked us to hold the Nortons back for half a month? Everything's stabilized and the front is quiet. We can just sit tight until the reinforcements arrive. It's not that simple, Nicholas countered, that geezer isn't going to do us any good. Think about it, he knew about the sandbag trick before this invasion even started, but he waited until we were about to crumble to tell us. We have only Fort Linston left. Once that fort falls, they have a clear charge into the open plains and we'll never stop them. They'll wipe us out overnight before we can even get our pants on. Didn't the Duke say we can still dig trenches to slow them down? We just have to hold on until reinforcements arrive, insisted Abraham anxiously. Nicholas sighed. Brother, I understand your feelings. But, whether you want to accept it or not, that bastard won't send in his reinforcements until we've been sufficiently weakened. He wants to grind us into dust using House Norton as the grindstone so we won't be a threat to his rule. But Fort Linston won't fall that easily. We're doing just fine against their cannons, aren't we? And they won't try to brute force it with numbers, it'll be a bloodbath even they can't afford. I'm sure they'll grow impatient and move on and be someone else's problem soon. You've forgotten that they have a sword saint. Fort Linston can defend against cannons, but it stands no chance against a sword saint. It would have been fine if the Duke had stayed in Moronti, but I just got news that he's heading for the front. He's coming to take out Fort Linston himself. I also doubt he'd have come if they were just interested in a little pillaging. That can't be, Abraham gasped. Duke Norton is a sword saint. How can he get involved in a war between normal people? Master Magrut would never lower himself like that. People are different, so are sword saints. Nicholas smiled bitterly. Can the Magrut really compare to Duke Norton? Can any of the sword saints really be used to judge Duke Norton? They're all only associated with kingdoms and empires for the benefits. They have no reason to get involved in wars like this. If their kingdom or empire is destroyed, they can just attach themselves to someone else. Duke Norton is different. He is a noble with land to his name and a noble reputation to uphold. He has a vested interest in seeing his side win all the time. And he's a tenacious one. Just look at how he clawed his way to sword saint and duke from iron rank and baron on the brink of losing his land and his title. And now that fool Koblight went and gave Magrut a title and land at the other end of the country. Do you really think Magrut will ever leave his territory again? Do you think he'll ever take to the field against Duke Norton as long as the Duke doesn't threaten his territory directly? Other sword saints might want to stay aloof because actual fighting is rarely beneficial for them, but Duke Norton is different. He's always led his men from the front, he's always been the first one to charge into the enemy formations, and now he has every incentive to continue doing that. If this were before the War of Glass, we might have had the option of wearing him down and killing him in exchange for dozens of blade masters and 100 or 200 gold ranks, but we don't have the numbers for that anymore. I doubt we have more than 24 blade masters altogether, if even that, and our gold rank numbers are similarly abysmal. Abraham stood sadly. There was no way he was going to change Duke Nicholas's mind. It stung badly. He had been responsible for Feldunbau's development and had invested the better part of 15 years into it. It could even be considered his life's work. But he trusted his older brother's judgment implicitly, so he didn't make a fuss. Where will we go? Even if we manage to get everyone out and no one scatters and leaves us, Koblight will blame us and won't let us settle somewhere else. He'll probably take our army and leave us to rot. You think we've going to that old bastard? Nicholas asked as he stared at the map intensely. We'll go south. South? Yes, south. You remember the letter Duke Chichester sent us last month? He said he was going to declare independence at the end of the year. I thought the letter was sent to provoke us, but then I started thinking. If that were his goal, then why send the letter to me and not Duke Koblight? I finally understood his intent when the Nortons started pouring across the border. He's offering us a chance at peace. If we pack up and head south, and make sure to cut ties with the Union, Duke Norton will leave us alone. It's good for both of us. We get a new domain, so we get to continue existing, and Duke Chichester gets a much-needed ally. He wants us to secede from the Union and found a kingdom alongside him. Abraham stared at his brother blankly, his mouth agape. No way. You got all that from that letter? Nicholas nodded. Once we're finished with the preparations, you'll take the men to Caseroda. If anyone asks what you're doing, tell them you're clearing out a piece of land so the young, the elderly, and the women can hide there until the war is over. It should be obvious to everyone that the Nortons will target Tenalik and Silagnica once they break through Fort Linston. They want to cut the Union in half, and that's the best way to do it. We have to go to Silagnica immediately and send an ambassador to Duke Norton. We're asked for a short truce and negotiate our withdrawal from the region and the conflict. I don't think the Duke will have a problem letting us go. Are you sure? Yes. I wouldn't be willing to make a move this daring otherwise. Duke Norton doesn't care about the South at all. He just wants to cut the Union off from its trade routes. Getting us to back out so they don't have to fight us, while adding another obstacle to the Union's recovery, will be a welcome development for him. Abraham bowed respectfully. I understand. I'll get everything ready. The men were in the dumps when Lorist arrived. Ovides had arrived 2 days earlier and, based on his experience and some experiments with some trebuchets constructed on the fly, it wasn't practical to fling gunpowder sacks into the fortress. The largest obstacle was the fort's location on elevated ground. They had to be within 200 meters of the fortress to get the sacks over the wall, but that would expose them to too much counter-fire. We cannot push through without taking the fort, Your Grace, and we can't do that without heavy casualties. Howard described the situation on the sand table. Lorist couldn't help but admire the expert placement and design of the enemy fort. It was the greatest use of a fort he had ever seen. Even with his cannons, it was still a near impossible task to take it. I will take charge. If he couldn't take it with cannons, or blow it up with gunpowder sacks, then he would just barge in himself and slaughter his way through. What use was being a sword saint if he couldn't flex his muscles to solve sticky situations like this? His men refused vehemently, however. Their self-esteem would not let them allow their lord, a sword saint no less, take the field because of their inadequacy. Don't worry, I'm not going to risk my life alone. Reedy, Els, pick out a few capable knights. We'll take a few gunpowder sacks as well. After we get on the enemy walls, we will destroy their weapons. Howard will then roll the cannons up the hill and blast his way through the main gate.